Stephen in Cheltenham says, "Hey Nick, did you see the latest pro-Biden campaign film? The one where President Hairspray... the one where President Hairspray Haystack..." I haven't heard that one before. That's a good one. I'm going to add that to my list. The one where President Hairspray Haystack claims his rival has ascended to omnipotence and can hurt God. Hairspray Haystack. That's going on my list. Which, up to this moment, includes the Baby Tornado, Donito Mussolini, Trumple Thinskin, the Screaming Mimi, the Tangerine Scream, Ancient Orange, Jaffa the Hutt, Jesus Trump Superstar, the Peach Powder Puff President, Agolf Twitler, and now Hairspray Haystack.
He's a good guy. He's a good person.
Thanks, Donny. That means literally nothing coming from you. And texts, it's meaty, he's spelling it out phonetically. Meaty Yara Logical. Meaty, and then Yara Logical. Like that, yeah, just blurt it out. Glenn in Topton. Topton? Text, Nick, it's called Summer. You must have heard of it. See? It didn't take long, did it? It's weather. Painful. Let's have York. Hello, Jan. That didn't work. One moment, please. Hum amongst yourselves. There it is. Hello, Jan.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Now, is it hot enough for you?
It's quite pleasantly cool in here at the moment. I'm thinking of putting a jumper on.
Because you like it hot, don't you?
I don't like it cold.
No.
Even I would say that it was maybe a bit too hot today.
Yeah,
I did have to close the curtains, pull down the blinds, and open the windows.
Definitely. Yeah, I don't like it too hot. It's, it's too hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no other way of putting it. It's too hot.
It's too hot.
Yeah.
Now, the first time I heard you were doing one of your temperature calculations, you know. 52, double it, 106.
Yes.
Carry on, And I thought, crikey, this bloke's not very good, is he?
What?
Yeah. But I soon changed my mind,
Of course. Yeah, just buy yourself a calculator, and then you'll be able to keep up.
Exactly.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Maintain cool at all times, Jan.
Exactly.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Cheers, my dear. Put some cold water on the back of your neck. That works, actually. That works very, very well indeed. And you can thank me later. No, wait. I've changed my mind. You can thank me now. Northwood. Hello, Kenny.
Good evening, Nick.
Kenny.
It is a joy and a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you for taking my call.
No, thank you for making your call.
Thank you.
And can I say, your producer is a star. It's very brave of her to put me through to you.
Oh.
So I think you should consider yourself lucky to have her.
Brave?
Yep.
That's not a good sign.
I know.
Well, let's see how it goes. Go on, then.
Well, I'm a bit worried about the comments that Trump made about Biden being a Catholic trying to hurt God. Because you know how Trump tries to link back to the past with all that, when the looting starts, the shooting starts.
Oh, yeah.
I'd love to punch him in the mouth. Remember how we used to treat him back in the day? Well, the comments he made about Biden being a Catholic trying to hurt God, the first Catholic president of America was Kennedy, and look what happened to him. Do you think that Trump is so desperate to win the election that he's trying to get Biden assassinated or something?
I think it's probably crossed his mind. Yeah, I mean, if he stood on the whatever you do, Joe Biden, don't stand on Fifth Avenue, because Donald Trump has already prepped us for what he might do there. President Trump claimed Thursday that the presumptive Democratic presidential nominee, Joe Biden... Why did it have to be Joe Biden, by the way? I mean, what is he, 1,000 years old? I mean, the more Joe Biden speaks, the more you think, I don't know. Maybe a cardboard cutout would be better. I mean, anybody but Trump, of course. But why does it have to be him? He seems befuddled. I mean, they both do. But Trump at least has the benefit of filling the air with verbiage, whereas Joe Biden doesn't have that same ability. I mean, I'm not saying that it's an ability for a good thing, just to fill the air with noise so nobody can get a word in edgeways. But Joe Biden doesn't have that thing. So when he's thinking, Joe Biden, there's a pause, a big gap. But when Donald Trump's thinking, there is no pause. That's the nature of how Donald Trump speaks. Everything is so huge and fantastic, and it's tremendous and great, and everybody says so, and believe me, he could have switched his brain off like 3 minutes ago, and it just goes on automatic. And you can listen to him for 10 minutes, an hour, and you're just being pummeled by this noise, by all of these words coming at you, but none of it actually means anything. It's tremendous and huge, and excuse me, and anybody starts saying anything at all, and it's excuse me.
Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me.
Okay. Biden hasn't got that. Biden pauses to think about what he's going to say, and it does look as though he has become mentally enfeebled to some degree, as you would be when you reach 1,000 years old. I mean, seriously, it does look like he's been wind-dried, doesn't it? Like he's made out of papyrus. Like they pulled him out of a pyramid. Like he should be behind glass in the British Museum. Why did it have to be him? But, you know, anybody but Donald Trump.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
He is going to steal that election. He's not going to leave. They're going to have to prize him out with a winkle picker. I think probably this time next year, we still won't know who the President of the United States of America is. They will have shut that country down under some sort of executive order, some emergency declaration from the President. The most presidential person ever.
I can be more presidential than anybody.
Painful. And he is the person that we are following. We're pivoting away from the Rainbow Alliance of the European Union. And just riding on the coattails of Ancient Orange, hoping that he's going to be nice to us. God. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Anyway, Kenny, I've got to go. You did say that it was brave, and I don't like being brave on the air. Don't, if I ever do anything brave on the air, stop me.
Warning, warning.
This email says, Nick, can't you go 1 hour without mentioning Trump? Wait, I didn't start it. Seriously, you sound obsessed, he says. Oh, another one of these apologists. This country is following Donald Trump. We're in his pocket. Desperate we are, pleading with him for a huge and tremendous trade deal, which isn't going to do us any favours. It's not going to affect the wealth and happiness of this country one iota. I think if we got a free trade deal with America, experts have calculated that it would benefit us to the tune of about 0.2%. Big deal. People forget that we already trade with America. America is our biggest trading partner already. And we trade practically tariff-free on almost everything that we trade with them. And the things that are not tariff-free are things that Ancient Orange has said that he is going to protect. He's not going to do us any favours. Have we not seen everything that we need to know about Donald Bloomin' Trump? He doesn't do favours. It's like doing a business deal with a mafia don. Like this TikTok thing. I've got no idea what TikTok is. It looks to me like another one of those giant wastes of time. I think I probably got that right. Social media. It just sucks the life right out of you. You start, it's like Twitter. You look at Twitter first thing in the morning, and you think, I'll just look at, take a wee peek and see what's going on. I'll just be 5 minutes. Impossible. 3 hours later, you're still gawping at it. You've achieved nothing. I imagine that TikTok's the very same thing. Probably worse, because it's video, not just people typing out their every passing thought. And he's driven the price down and wants a cut of it. He is like Donito Mussolini. That's exactly what he's like. Well, his first name is Don, so what do you expect? It is like doing business with the Cosa Nostra.
Absolutely.
Richard texts, Nick, you sound so relieved it's a Friday and you can finally stop pretending to be a serious presenter. Yeah, I was exactly right. I was pretending to be a proper radio presenter. How did I do? This text from Cags in Ealing says, "Hey Nick, love the fact that you managed to engineer the word gusset into the conversation." Yeah, well, every now and again you need to check your gusset. That's just a fact. Let's have a call in Swansea. Hello, Neil.
Hello, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Good. I just wanted to just let you know that it's not hot everywhere. In Swansea, West Wales, it's pretty grim still.
What?
Damp and tepid and kind of like, well, just Wales.
Really?
Yeah, I'm
going to check that while you wait.
Have a look. It's,
all right.
It's dreadful. But it's like,
What's the forecast?
Wales.
The forecast is Wales.
It's mixed. It's a bit like Glasgow, really, but not quite as wet.
Well, that serves you right for being on the west side of the country, because that's where the weather comes from. Well, it's not bad. 64 degrees and cloudy overnight. I mean, 63 degrees at 3 o'clock in the morning. That's pretty good.
That's amazing here.
And then 75 tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow in the southeast is going to be 93, so that is a bit of a difference. Mind you, I think a lot of people would actually swap 75 for 93.
Oh, there is that, yeah. I just wanted to congratulate you on a great week of shows standing in for Thomas Warbrick. I don't think you'll be asked back again, though, after last night.
Well, what was wrong with last night?
Last night you were far too sensible. And I think
I think that was what was required of the job, isn't it?
Oh, no. Thomas Warbrick's listeners would have been spitting their Horlicks and cocoa everywhere last night when you were talking about sort of, socialism and things like that, and communism, people ringing in saying you were a communist and things like that. Absolutely.
Yeah, well, I wasn't talking about communism. People might accuse me of being a communist just at the very idea that there's this ridiculous notion that as a country we might want to spread the wealth around a bit, not concentrate it into the hands of a vanishingly few number of people, and then people who have no money get furious at the very idea and start spewing about socialism and communism. Absolutely. As the whole country's been hypnotised.
The cherry on the top was Brian from Stockton.
Yeah, well, always.
As always. I mean, what can we do? But just
we could ignore him from this moment on.
When you're doing those shows, do you hear the sound effects in your head all the time? Because we do.
I hear them in real life.
So, like, when you say something, normally you would go, thank you, or whatever.
Well, yeah, not on the air. I hear them in real life. Like when I say, for the longest time, because these sound effects from Carol, they're ancient, and I still hear them. I mean, whenever I say, oh, right, yeah, I'm thinking...
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, so it follows me around in real life. Yeah, thanks a lot, Neil. Bank of England's latest monetary policy report has just been released. I bet you're way ahead of me and have read it already. The Bank of England's latest monetary policy report.
Boring!
They said that the downturn caused by the coronavirus will be less severe than previously expected. And if they'd only stopped there would be carousing in the streets. Well, not actual carousing, of course, because that would involve people enjoying themselves.
Disgusting.
There'd be the possibility of the swapping of saliva. No, there'd be socially distanced carousing. We'd jig about without actually coming into contact with each other. In complete silence, no smiling. But the Bank of England did not stop there. They said they predict the economic downturn caused by the coronavirus will be less severe than previously expected. But, and it's a huge, giant, wobbly but, the recovery will take longer. They said that it was going to be the worst recession for 300 years, which essentially means ever. I mean, there wasn't such a thing as an economy 300 years ago, was there? Please don't call in and give me a history lesson, because I just don't care. I'll start looking out the window and dreaming of double geography. So it's going to take longer, but it's not going to be as bad. This is their latest guesstimate. How long, they didn't say. Longer than it takes to fill in the Daily Telegraph cryptic crossword, or longer than it would take the continents to pull apart and reform new, better continents in more desirable postcodes. No idea. The bank said there had been a faster easing of lockdown measures and a more rapid bounce back in consumer spending than it had anticipated in its last report in May. And I don't know where they get their news from. Maybe they just don't get the news in the Bank of England. I mean, the walls are pretty thick. Maybe it doesn't penetrate. But no sooner are we allowed out than we're told to go back in again. In, out, absolutely no shaking it all about.
Correct.
And as for an uptick in consumer spending, it all went on booze to dull the pain of being under house arrest. We actually spent more on alcohol than I think in any period in this country's history. Ain't that right, Carol?
Booze.
We didn't spend any money on clothes, because why spend money making yourself look nice if you aren't going to go anywhere? Mind you, it's a good idea that we don't spend so much money on clothes. The fashion industry is just absolutely preposterous. It deserves to die, actually, the fashion business. I mean, I think it's about the most polluting thing outside of pulling fossil fuels out of the ground that humankind does. Fashion. Fa. So we haven't been spending any money on clothes. Good thing, too. We didn't spend money in restaurants and bars because they were all shut. So where did we spend all this money on? Or what, rather? And where? The money we spent went more on food and drink than normal, because we weren't eating out, so we were eating in. And everything else that we bought on Amazon. Which is why the world's richest man can't be seen anymore, as he sits behind a wall of money so large you could climb it to Uranus. Andrew Bailey, the bank's governor, endorsed the government's decision to end its furlough scheme in October, saying it was important for workers to move forward and were not kept in unproductive jobs, which is a pretty terrifying phrase, unproductive jobs. And there it is. We're going to move forward. The revolution that could have happened slowly over 10 or 20 years is happening right now. It's like a car coasting to a gradual, calm halt, compared to a car coming to a halt by crashing into a tree. I mean, the result's the same. The car's stopped, but the difference it took in time and its consequences to the passengers is huge. We're living in a period of change that would perhaps have taken 20 years, and it's happening instantly, right now. So Andrew Bailey, the bank's governor, wants us to stop doing unproductive jobs. A pivot away from working in the office, from jobs that relied on cramming people together and jobs being done by humans, towards those tasks being done by robots, for instance.
Affirmative.
And if it had happened gradually, we'd be okay. We would have had time to build a new life, learn the new skills, create the new jobs. But all of a sudden like this, it's going to be carnage. And it's not just the bank that's saying this. The Chancellor Rishi Sunak said it's been a very successful scheme, that furlough scheme. But the bank, we were talking about this yesterday, I think. The furlough scheme appears to have been a way, and the loan scheme as well, particularly, appears to have been a way to further enrich the 1%. I mean, if they didn't plan it that way, then that's the way it's worked out. If they did plan it that way, then it's been a huge success. Trickle-up economics. So Chancellor Rishi Sunak said it's been a very successful scheme, but the bank's right to say that we have to look forward now. If you look forward, of course, you can't see the carnage in your rearview mirror. He says it's been a very successful scheme, but the bank's right. I don't think we should be locking the economy down in a state that it pre-existed in. This is pretty chilling stuff. In other words, everything's changed and we're not going to try and save it. They aren't going to save the country. They're going to tear it up and recreate it to something that better serves them, a cynic might say. And people seem to be weirdly in favour of Rishi Sunak. I mean, just remember who the very popular Rishi Sunak is. I mean, he's talked about as though he's a Blue Peter presenter, but he's as hard-nosed and aggressive a capitalist as they come. He's an ex-hedge funder, for crying out loud. No! Exactly. He was part of a small team of hedge fund bosses who shared nearly £100 million after a stock market bet. that lit the touch paper on the 2008 financial crisis. You know, the crisis that doubled the debt cloud that this country suffered under, and out from which we still haven't been able to get. Before this latest catastrophe dug us in deeper. Rishi Sunak was a partner in a hedge fund when it launched an activist campaign against the Dutch bank ABN AMRO in 2007, just before the whole house of cards fell down, and that resulted in its sale to the Royal Bank of Scotland. At the time led by Fred Goodwin. No! Exactly. Wonder how he's doing, by the way. Anybody seen him lately? And that deal, engineered by experts, loaded the Royal Bank of Scotland with crippling debt and led to a government bailout, as in your money, £45.5 billion. And that deal became the symbol of the greed and stupidity that led to the financial crisis, but it was lucrative for Rishi Sunak. The company he was part of made £555.9 million profit on that deal. Well, not necessarily on that deal, but in the year of that deal. £555.9 million. Over the 2 years that hedge fund mounted its campaign against ABN AMRO, profits distributed to the partners came to 93.2 million quid, which is excellent work if you can get it, which you can't, so don't ask. And guess who's responsible for selling the government's share of the bank back to the private sector, by the way? Yeah, less same bloke. Still, he knows how to profit from a disaster, so maybe he's just the man for the job. 0345 6060 973. Here is East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Great. Would have to agree with your previous caller who said about last night's performance. You actually sort of ascended into common sense and reasonable comment, which is not fair for midweek. You should save it Fridays and Saturdays.
Right. So I'm being criticised for being reasonable.
No, you were absolutely brilliant. Reasonable, cockney, absolutely expert.
Right.
But that's not midweek.
Well, that doesn't sound like me. Neither reasonable, nor brilliant, nor expert.
That's Friday and Saturday night stuff, that.
Right, okay.
Right, well, a couple of things. Yeah, I mean, the last thing you said about Rishi Sunak, yeah, why would you assume that because he can trash something, he can build something? You're absolutely brilliant again in your analysis on that. But yeah, he did. He managed to trash a big, unsuccessful bank.
People are talking about. Well, he didn't personally do that. He bet that it would fail, which probably led to its failure. But people are talking about him like he's Santa Claus. Well, I mean, I suppose at the moment he kind of is because he's throwing free money about. But that's going to end pretty soon. And then I think people's idea about him may change once he starts refusing them cash.
I think so. But the reason I really phoned up initially was, did you see the bits of paper that Trump was floating about, the sort of kindergarten, primary school chart that he was trying to handle his interview with Jonathan, whose name escapes me now.
Swan, wasn't it? Swan?
That's it. Yeah, I mean, the actual stuff they'd given him, and then he showed it to the cameras. I mean, this was stuff you'd give a 5-year-old to try and explain.
Well, he obviously hadn't. He obviously hadn't looked at it before the interview because, and I bet that Trump walked out of that interview thinking, nailed that one, because his self-regard is enormous, and he just can't conceive of him doing anything bad or wrong or being made to look a fool. Which is why he just keeps speaking a lot, because nobody can get a word in edgeways, and so he dominates any conversation. And so he did the same he tried to do the same with that guy. But I think uniquely, for anybody that I've seen interview Donald Trump, he didn't play along. And I think it's probably because he wasn't British and he wasn't American, the interviewer. He was Australian, which gives him a unique advantage, because Australians don't tend to put up with that kind of stuff. Have you ever heard Australian politicians talk to each other in their parliament? It's quite entertaining, because they're not like we are, and they're not like America American politicians are. They don't do politeness, really. They just tell it like it is. I love Australians. And that's, I think, why he managed to get the best interview that I've seen anybody do with Donald Trump. And to be fair, the guy who did it the previous week from Fox News, he did a pretty good job as well, but he was deferential and he just allowed Trump to come out with all these untruths, almost all of them unchallenged. He challenged a few, and that was quite unusual. I bet Donald Trump couldn't quite believe that because he was from his favourite channel, Fox News. But the Australian guy, this Swan fella, sometimes it just looked as though he had gone in with the idea of trying to make Trump look like a fool, or just like arranging his face in the manner that made him look as though Trump was making an ass of himself. Occasionally, he just strayed a little bit too far, but overall, it was excellent work.
It was. The guy was polite. He didn't, how can I put it, try and make points. He just challenged him on the realities of what was going on, which is all you have to do. I mean, if you just keep it simple and keep it real, Trump makes a fool of himself. No, I thought it was a brilliant interview.
Well, he does make he makes a fool of himself in retrospect, but if you're being presented with a blizzard of lies and falsehoods, then it's very difficult to fact-check it. This is part of Trump's skill, that he can just pepper you with misinformation, and by the time you've thought, well, hang on a minute, that wasn't right, he's told you 10 other things that aren't right, and so that's gone. And you just become subsumed in this like waterfall of misinformation, and you just drown in it. And that's how he succeeds, Trump. He just doesn't stop speaking.
What do you think is going to happen when... have you got Mary Trump's book yet, by the way?
No. I'll wait till the video comes out.
She was on LBC tonight.
Yeah, I know.
Very interesting.
Yeah. I mean, is it really anything that we don't know about Donald Trump? He's probably one of the most deeply unpleasant human beings to have ever run for office, never mind about held office. I mean, it's a pretty pretty unpleasant list that he's almost at the top of. Not quite, but almost. And he ain't going anywhere. Bill Maher is a talk show host in the States, and he's been saying this for a long time. And other people used to poo-poo the idea that if Donald Trump lost the election, that he wouldn't actually leave. But they're beginning to come around and think, hey, you know what? Everything that Trump is saying indicates that he isn't going anywhere. Donald Trump said that the previous election, the one that he won, was the most crooked election in history. So can you imagine what he's going to say and do about an election that he loses?
I can't imagine what that man will do. Thanks, Nick.
Well, all right. Thanks a lot, mate. I can imagine what he'll do. The only thing that he hasn't tried yet, the one thing that has always got a country behind its leader is what?
I'll bring us into war.
That's the only thing he hasn't tried yet. So, forthcoming attractions. Paul says, I think of Trump as the Wazzock of Ooze. The Wazzock of Ooze. Text from Varron says, last year I bought a portable air conditioner for the bedroom. There is no better feeling than this smugness I feel when I've had a good night's sleep. Well, that's one of those things that probably costs quite a bit of money, and you don't use very much, but when you do... this says, I don't know what the big deal is. When I was a garçon in Ireland... Garçon. Sounds like an English person calling the waiter in Paris. A garçon. I did actually look that up, and it's an Irish word that means small boy. When I was a garçon in Ireland back in the 50s and 60s, weather was much warmer back then. Hot day, my eye. No, it wasn't. It verifiably was not warmer back then. We think that the weather... when you think back to your youth and you think, oh, sunny days, oh, they were so wonderful. I mean, I always remember the summer of 77. That was the hot one, right? 76 was pretty good too, but summer of 77, it started being hot early and just continued day after day. And I was living in Edinburgh at the time, and it was hot there. So I can't imagine what it was like down in the southeast. But all summers weren't like that. Summers were rubbish. You just don't remember them. You just remember the dappled days. Janet in Leicester says, a cold water bottle on your back at night. It helps you sleep. Well, how do you manage that? What, you sleep on your face and balance a water bottle on your back? How'd you do that? Manchester, hello, Adrian.
Hi, Nick, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Just one quick thing first. I did call you the other night and I was a bit kind of emotional. And I have to admit, I really want to say thank you because after my call, the next day I actually went and spoke to a doctor and I'm getting help for what I was going through, but that's because of you. Thank you.
Oh, well, that's good.
But again, thank you for that. And
well, thanks for saying so.
Yeah, you really I was really embarrassed the next day, but no, it was
well, there's absolutely nothing to be embarrassed about. I mean, if you need help, then you must ask for it because otherwise people won't know that you want it. Always ask.
Why this kind of radio station is such a good public service because you are actually helping people. And
exactly.
You I don't mean to suck up. I'm so sorry.
No, that's all right. It's often easier to talk to somebody that from a distance. Like
I found it quite cathartic.
Yeah, good. Well, I hope you get the help that you that you need, then that you want.
I was actually ringing about Rishi Sunak. I'm the biggest kind of Corbyn kind of voter, and if my friends could hear me speaking about him in a positive light, they would literally have a fit. But I actually do quite like what he's doing so far, and I think he's actually done quite well.
Well, I wonder if people think that just because he's giving out money and they don't have anything to compare it to. Much like the NHS, people who go in with their leg hanging off and the NHS treats them, they think, well, it's been absolutely tremendous. They fixed the wrong leg, but at least they did something. They're comparing it to not being treated at all. We don't really have very much to go on about Rishi Sunak.
I completely agree. We can't really compare this to anything because it's unknown territory, isn't it?
Yeah. But at the moment, he's giving you free money. But
he is, and I had a really nice meal out the other day.
Oh, did you?
I did. It was really nice. I had a cheeseburger toasty. You should try one.
Well, I haven't eaten out all year. I've sort of locked down myself before the government insisted on it. I retreated inside well before the government said that you can't go out. And so I haven't eaten out anywhere all year long, but it's my birthday coming up, so I thought I'm going to go out and do it. And so I've got a couple of meals booked, but I'm not... What
date's your birthday?
Yeah,
What date's your birthday?
It's the 22nd.
Is that one on Monday or Wednesday? To Wednesday even.
Oh, no. I think it's on Saturday.
Oh, so you don't get the meal deal.
No, that's right. I will be on air. But yeah, I booked 2 meals coming up, but I'm a bit hesitant because that's where the outbreaks are. People go and cram into a bar or a restaurant, and when they shut down Manchester or it may be Preston or Aberdeen or wherever it is, it always centres down to a bar or a restaurant.
Well, to be honest, I've met a few friends tonight, and no one is really socially distancing anymore.
No, I can't see it either. It doesn't look like that to me.
Everyone was kind of went to it's a very kind of cool place, and it's called West Didsbury. Everyone was kind of under 40, and the bars were crowded. I was in a little dive bar. They were trying to make the effort to make kind of like social distancing, but it wasn't really happening. And if it did table service, it was still kind of gimmicky rather than.
Right, they were going through the motions. Well, I'm sure that they were doing an excellent job and abiding by the rules. But people can't keep this up for a very long period of time. It's just not conducive to socialising. It can't be done, and so I think that the situation we're in seems ridiculous to me. We're being persuaded to go out, but on the other hand, when we do go out, you get a spike, and then we have to go back in again. They should pick one. Either we can all go out, or we all have to go in. This in-out thing is just going to prolong it, and it's not going to work. I mean, it doesn't work. Obviously, it doesn't work, because otherwise it would have worked already. I mean, we were inside for months.
Big sack of monkey nuts.
Yeah, it's cumulative. Exactly right. We don't forget what Donald Trump, or rather we do. We forget the last thing that Donald Trump has done, because the next thing that comes along makes your jaw hit the floor again. It's like everything that he says. Like I was saying in the last hour. It's like lie after lie after lie after lie, and your mind thinks about the first one, hey, hang on a minute, that's not right. But by the time that you've had that thought, he's told 10 more lies. You just can't keep up. It's, and he is okay, I'll actually say this out loud, an evil genius. He has a genius, I mean, which he would tell you that himself. He is a particularly smart person, as he would admit himself.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
But I think his evil genius is that he just can pepper you with endless verbiage, and it just doesn't stop. You can't mentally draw breath. And he's the man that we've decided to follow as a nation. God. It's amazing, the stuff that's going on. It's just absolutely staggering. Email from Billy in Epsom says, happy 45th birthday. 45th birthday. You know what? 45 sounds really old, but I'm much older than that. I'm a number that I just don't recognise. I can't associate myself with the number that I am in years at all. And I think after a certain age, you just cease to recognise that number. And I think it's about the number that I am. No, actually, it's much earlier. I mean, I don't think that I'm 45 yet. Like, mentally, I can't associate myself with 45, because that sounds pretty old. 50 sounds blooming ancient. The age that I am, oh my God, how am I still alive? He says, some might say you've got a four-dimensional mind. Well, some might say that is one dimension too many.
You've got a good, your mind is a little bit, you know what I mean, three-dimensional.
Three-dimensional. Of course, four-dimensional, the fourth dimension would be time. Speaking of which, Paul says, to be fair, Donny Dimwit rambles about stopping TikTok, but he might actually be talking about time. Yes. Time has been very bad for this country. St Ives, hello, Jay.
Oh, hi, Nick. How are you?
Great, mate.
I'm a bit nervous, sorry.
Me too. It's terrifying, isn't it?
It is. Terrifying year, 2020.
Yeah.
I've got great news for you.
Oh.
So, I've been helping my friend to deliver pizza tonight, and I've seen so many insects on the roads.
Now, you've been delivering pizzas?
Yeah.
In a car?
Yeah.
And you've got insects on your windscreen?
Yes, millions of them.
Really?
I was trying to count and let you know. And amazingly, there's so many in Cambridgeshire.
Well, you can't be travelling very fast delivering a pizza, though, surely?
No. It's only like a national speed limit.
Yeah, 30 mile an hour, something like that.
Yeah, or country roads, 60, sorry.
That's why I don't like country roads. I just can't stand driving down country roads, because the locals drive like maniacs. How can you know, even if you know the road, how can you know what's around the corner? You berserk locals need to slow down.
With the full beans as well.
Yeah. No, I just hate it. I can't stand it. But there's a lot of insects, because this is something that used to happen to me, or to everybody, in the 1970s. This is actually really vitally important, because when the insects go, the human race is finished.
Yeah.
Because we need them to pollinate all of the tasty stuff that we eat, unless we want to survive on a diet of parsnips.
What I've noticed, they're very skillful. They're avoiding my car, so they're not bumping into me. Maybe that's why we don't see them so many on our windscreens anymore.
No, those are foxes. Foxes see you coming, and scarper. Insects, not so much. But yes, that once we moved indoors, I did notice for the first time since I was a child, since the 1970s, that there was insects on the windscreen of the car. And I think some German scientists did a study about this. And they determined that in an area near a motorway, I think, that they were looking at, and they weren't actually looking for this. They just happened to be taking this survey over a long period of time, and I think over something like 20 years, the insect population declined by, and I can't remember the exact amount, but it was something astonishing, like 90%, which is just would be catastrophic if that result was repeated over the whole of Europe. Because, as I say, we depend completely on insects to do all of our pollinating. But since we went back in, I did notice, for the first time in decades, that driving along the motorway, the front of the car was absolutely covered with them.
Disgusting.
Splattered all over they were. So that's good news. Thanks a lot, Jay. I'll have a pepperoni with extra chili, extra cheese, and maybe put some pineapple on it. I know that's controversial, but, I think when it's hot, I think you can get away with a pineapple on a pizza. Can't you?
No.
0345 6060 973. You can text 84850, email nick@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Bodmin, hello, Malcolm.
Hello, Nick. How are you, sir?
Good, thanks.
Hello, Nick. Fine, yeah?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
Nick, slightly surprised you earlier.
Hello, is this thing on? Yes, sir.
Nick, slightly surprised you earlier, and just surprised even more. Now, you said earlier, I haven't left my home all year. I've not been anywhere.
I said I haven't eaten out. Well, I haven't actually been. I haven't been to a gallery. I haven't been to the theatre or the cinema or to eat out or to a pub or anywhere.
And it was and look, Nick, I found out to make 3 points.
Yeah.
One trivial, this is it, right? One semi-serious, and the other absolutely killer, right? But Nick, on your dining out, the reason you didn't dine out, it was because you didn't have a car. You had 3 cars, but none of them ran, apparently.
No, I don't go to eat or drink by driving there. I take public transport, because otherwise, you can't enjoy the experience fully.
Booze.
Exactly.
Oh, right, booze. Yeah. And then, a minute ago, you said I was out in my car, and I had flies all over my car. I've never seen so many of them.
Yeah.
So that's the car story, Nick. We've done that one, right?
Right.
And then, Nick, on the Boris Johnson and the government and Richie Sunak, we had 3 or 4 events, Nick. And as a retired school teacher, they were so glaringly obvious to me. On the Friday that schools broke up, we had the introduction of masks. The following day, we had the quarantining of anybody who comes back from Spain.
Mm.
And so you've got 2 events there, which for me said, I don't think Boris and Richie want people from Britain to leave our shores. I think, the economy tanking and so on, I think they want us Brits to spend some money here. And the other thing then, Nick, was the introduction, or I mentioned the masks, haven't I? Yeah? Mm. So, all in all, Nick, it's all about one, making people wear masks so hopefully they will be safe. But secondly, helping people in restaurants, bars, pubs, helping people, for example, in Cornwall, the Lake District, or South Wales, Pembrokeshire, make the locals feel safe because everybody will be wearing masks. So they can come to your guest house, your little shop, your pub. Don't worry about them. They're all wearing masks. Look, we've got it sorted. We got it sorted.
Well.
And for me, Nick, it all added up to, man, and then you got to the Brexit angle, Nick, because when did they say to Spain, look, we're going to stop all our people from going to your place by locking them up for 2 weeks when they get back here? Spain are thinking, oh my God. And Boris Johnson is thinking, aha, we've got somebody on our side now in the European Union for when the Brexit negotiations restart, yeah? And Nick, finally, mate, my final point is this, right? You've got the scheme's ending October time.
Maybe so far, yeah, but I can't imagine what's going to happen if he pulls the money in October. Then what?
Well, Nick, I don't think they have a lot of choice because they can only go so far into debt, and I think it's now starting to dawn on them. Oh my God, what have we done? We spend all of these hundreds of billions, and when they think about it, Nick, they're not going to get anything from it because come January, after the £1,000 payment to keep people in work for a further few months ends, where do they go then, Nick? There is literally nowhere to go, man.
In the future, I'll say it again, this is going to be seen as the biggest overreaction to anything in history. It's as though we found a bit of damp in the cellar of the house, and so we put it on fire in order to fix it.
I'm not sure, Nick. Look, 50, 60, 70,000 lives isn't small potatoes. In America, look, Donald Trump, he's up to 160,000.
Yeah, but see, people talk about this as though there's only death on one route. Death is not a recent phenomenon. Death has existed before and will be caused by a collapse in the economy because people will lose their jobs and they won't eat right and they will have depression and their suicide will result and they won't seek treatment for their illnesses, and the NHS won't be able to give the people treatment who do seek it out, and so on and so on and so on. People talk about this lockdown thing as though it's the only way in which to save lives, but not crashing the economy is a way to save lives.
No, Nick, I agree, right? There are consequences and options and choices in anything that happens. But, Nick, if they hadn't have locked down, we wouldn't have 40, 50, 60,000 lives. We have 150, 200,000.
No, you don't know that. Sweden didn't lock down. Thank goodness that there is at least one country that didn't follow all other countries like sheep. Sweden has had a better result than we have.
But Swedish people, Nick, they do not behave like British people. They do not.
Oh, come on. They're not gods. They're not special. Okay, they're good looking and 6 foot tall and blonde. But they're not a different species.
No, but they're sensible, Nick, for God's sake. Look, I'm 60 years of age. In my 20s, 30s, maybe my early 40s, I was as wild as anybody. But Swedish people just aren't like that.
Oh, come off it.
Sweden is a red herring here, Nick. It's an absolute red herring. Let's speak about it.
That does sound like a Swedish breakfast, actually, a red herring.
Nick, speak about us, right? If we hadn't had the lockdown, and if the fear of God hadn't been put into people, we would be in a hell of a lot worse state than we're now. And Nick,
no, but listen to what you're saying. We have had just about the worst result of any country in the world. There's only a couple of countries who have done worse than we have. So to say that if we hadn't done what we've done, then it would have been worse, is just a fantastical thought to have, because we've been what we've done has been terrible.
Yes, but Nick, there is worse to come because of the unlocking down, because now we're forcing kids back into school, and look, kids don't spread. News of this evening in America.
They do spread. They absolutely do spread the virus. They may not overall be as negatively affected as, say, old people or sick people, but they are absolutely spreaders of the virus.
Nick, I spoke to a certain host who stood in for somebody on, I think, a Saturday night, and hey, it was you.
Yeah.
And it was a man called Richard Spur. And this was on, I remember it well, March the 7th. And I said it to Richard, this thing is going to kill thousands of British people. And Richard Spur poo-pooed what I said. Even 3 or 4 calls afterwards, he said, Malcolm was on a few minutes ago, and he said, this is going to kill thousands of people.
Right.
I don't think so, he said. But that's on the side. But Nick, honest to God, mate, worst is to come.
Well, you've got absolutely no... Let me poo-poo that. You have absolutely no idea, but I would expect that you're right. I mean, listen, I've got to go, but I would expect that you're right. Yeah, I mean, when winter comes around and the actual flu season hits us, And people can't stand being locked in anymore, and they just think, as a lot of people are thinking now, they're thinking, oh, to hell with this. I mean, I drive by bars. The trip into this evening, into the centre of London by car, was the busiest it's been, I think, all year. Because January, February, normally quite quiet anyway, the trip into town. And then during the lockdown, it was like a ghost town in central London. I mean, it really was extraordinary. It was like being in a film. I'll probably never experience, I hope I never experience it, the likes of it again. It felt lawless, actually. You know, at the beginning there, when it was difficult to get toilet roll and milk and stuff like that. God, it seems like a different era, doesn't it? But yeah, people couldn't get that stuff. And so I started going to those all-night, 24-hour corner shops that are just there's sort of a ring of them just outside the centre of town, the very centre of London, Vauxhall, places like that. And they did have all that stuff because people didn't think to go there, I imagine. They were busy ransacking Tesco's. And so it was there. But, you know, I can remember when I, like 1 o'clock in the morning after I got off work, and I would park outside there, and it wasn't just quiet, it was as though the entire city had been evacuated. There was no one around. And I got out the car and I thought, you know what, this is actually lawless now. If anything goes off now, you are on your own. There's no one who's going to come to your aid. This town is emptied out. And I can't actually remember what point I was going to make. I can't remember where this was going. Where was this going, Malcolm?
Nick, look.
Answer the question. Don't start another one. Just answer what were we talking about?
I was saying worse is still to come.
Right, okay, worse is still to come. Right. Well, let's hope not. But I would expect that you're probably right. Yeah.
Good evening, Nick.
Yes, Lavinia Grace.
Well, what it is,
what is it? What is it?
Well, what I'd like to say, the last caller said that the worst is yet to come.
Yes.
Now, I would like to say the best is yet to come, and I'll tell you how it's going to come.
Go on then.
What's going on now, what you were saying earlier about you're very cautious where you go, especially in restaurants, which also I am, and hundreds of people out there also are in the same as me and you. They're very cautious. Anyway, what I'd like to say...
It's not that I'm cautious. I just have I have had, up to now, a blanket ban on going anywhere. That's not cautious. That's just not going out. I mean, cautious implies that I weigh up the odds on each individual place and then decide based on, the conclusion I come to. I don't even do that. I haven't gone anywhere.
Well, can I give you some encouragement? Because I would like to tell you about my experience,
All right.
And if you remember when I spoke to you ages ago about going back to basics, what I'd like to say is that I found the most wonderful cafe ever. Okay,
right.
And where this cafe is, I cannot believe this lady. She cooks, and everything comes from her heart and her soul. She puts everything into it. And what I'd like to say, I also feel safe when I'm there, because I'll tell you why, Nick. Is that it's all out in the open. You're not closed in.
What do you mean? What do you mean it's out in the open?
Well, where it is, can I tell you exactly where it is? It's in Gardens. It's called. Can I name actually where it is?
Well, let's just keep it at. It's in a garden, right? So it's an outside cafe, right? Gotcha.
Yeah, and it's actually in the Gardens. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And this is like a little place where she does all the cooking inside.
Yeah.
Everything. She prepares everything inside.
And everyone sits
and all
outside.
The tables are outside,
Gotcha.
well outside.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But what I would want to say, I've never ever tasted food like it. And as for the last gentleman was saying that about the fear of God, when I tasted food, I thought I was in heaven. I've never tasted food like
Right.
it.
You thought you were dead. I see.
No, in heaven.
Exactly.
And I'll tell you what, I tell you why, because everything she cooks.
Was so delicious. Yeah, I get it. Okay, well, I'll make a reservation and I'll see you at the door. Thanks a lot. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, I made a couple of reservations in a couple of restaurants, but I'm very. I approach just the notion with trepidation. Because, as I say, I haven't been out yet, and it's blindingly obvious. I mean, we've heard this over and over again, that the lockdowns, as they are popping up, are all because of an outbreak centred on a place where people gather, a bar, usually, a pub, or a restaurant. I mean, of course they're going to be in those places. It seems unlikely that they're going to be on a beach, doesn't it? I mean, if you can catch it on a beach, as far apart as people are on a beach, and with all the wind and, you're mostly outside on a beach. But if you can catch it there, then you can catch it anywhere. It seems to me. But keep in mind that, like Donald Trump...
I know nothing.
I know nothing. All I know is what's on the internet.
What do I know about it? All I know is what's on the internet.
And I'm not a doctor.
I'm not a doctor.
I'm about as knowledgeable on this issue as he is. But it is odd, isn't it? It's like a push-me-pull-you thing. Because the government is, on the one hand, urging us to go out. And on the other, whenever we do, they say, all right, well, that's it. You're screwed up big time there. You've got to go back inside now. For weeks, you have to go back inside. Never mind about going to other countries, which just seems like a berserk thing to want to do now. And France may be stuck on the list where you've got to go into house arrest on your return. I'll hopefully talk to somebody. Oh no, they've dropped off. I was going to talk to somebody in France, but they're not there anymore. But maybe they will return. En retour. Here in Poitou-Charentes is Sally. Bonsoir, Sally.
Bonsoir, mon cher. Ça va?
Yeah, ça va bien, merci.
Oh, très bien. And thank you for 4 extra nights.
Oh, well, thank you.
No, it's been great. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you. I'm quite tired, though, as a result. Has Boris cancelled France yet?
Not at this moment, but it must be just around the corner. I mean, you would expect so. If he's cancelled Spain and here, there, and everywhere, but I think he's cancelled Belgium and all places north, south, east, and west.
Okay, right. Well, there were lots of things that you were talking about during the week, and one of them was to do with the health service.
Yeah.
And obviously, it's a slightly different situation over here.
Yes, okay. Well, so our health service they made a big song and a dance about protecting the health service, but they didn't do that. They just switched it off, and it ceased to be a health service. It just became a virus-fighting machine. So what's it like in France?
Well, I actually got a letter the other day saying, just because of the virus, don't stop coming for routine stuff.
Right.
And it was just a general letter. It wasn't, specifically to me. It was just, they're just saying, we've got lots of capacity to carry on as normal. So, please. And
had people stopped going then? Because they did here.
Yeah, I think people did. I have to see the doctor every 2 months because I have a life-threatening illness, which, stemmed from rheumatic fever as a 6-year-old.
Right.
And, it's just a question of monitoring and, and getting a prescription and that's it. And my doctor's really good. And the first time my appointment was due when it was a lockdown, he did a telephone consultation, and then he faxed my prescription through to a chemist that was near to me, because he's not near to me.
Your doctor isn't near to you?
No, he's a 20-minute drive away.
Oh, okay, right.
I mean, that counts as near, I suppose.
Yeah.
Relatively speaking to, the situation that I live in. But it's still a long way, and, since I don't have a car, I have to make arrangements to go. Anyway,
Right.
it just reminded me when you were talking about the health service, the big difference from what I knew of the NHS when I lived in England and what I experienced here is that the emphasis is on prevention of just about everything.
Yeah.
You know, they don't react and treat what you've got. They try and make sure that you don't get it in the first place.
Right. Which is a much more sensible approach, of course.
Well, I think so. And I mean, for example, a long time ago, about 5 years ago, I think it was, actually was routinely given a vaccination for pneumonia.
Yeah.
Which, you know, given that a lot of people seem to be experiencing pneumonia as part of the coronavirus, then, you know, maybe that was quite a useful thing to have in your system. I don't know whether it's right or not, but...
How did people treat their health service then? Because we feel very... we're very... what's the word? We're...
proud?
Well, that, but it's more than that. It's oh God, I can't think of what the word is. It's we're treated like a pet almost. We sort of, but there's I can't think what the word is. It's okay. Yeah. While I gather a thought. You tell me how people think, what they think about the health service, and how during the lockdown initial period they treated it. Because we banged pots for 2 minutes every Thursday.
Right. I think there was some clapping in Paris and maybe other large cities, but obviously in the countryside, it's not possible to do that. I mean, I could go out now and clap and
no one would hear you.
and not a soul would hear me. Exactly.
Right.
So there wouldn't be a lot of point doing that here. And I think that there's a kind of, I don't know, a pride in the health service here.
Yeah.
That is slightly different from how people view the NHS.
Well, yeah, I think that they sort of view it as a loved member of the family who can be forgiven almost anything, just as long as they're still there.
Right, yes. So there are all sorts of scandals and things, but we won't talk about it.
Because I once got treated, and they compare being treated to not being treated at all, not having, you know, they don't have anything to compare it to.
Yeah.
But I'm interested in this thing about holidays. I mean, how do the people of France feel about people from this country, one of the worst countries as far as this virus is concerned in the world, going over there?
Well, I think it might depend whether you're involved in the tourist business or not.
Right, yeah.
That might have a lot to do with it.
But what about feeling in the general public? Because, I mean, even in this country, there's people in Cornwall, for instance, and Devon, who are, you know, every summer they're, you know, subsumed by tourists. But this time, they resent them. I mean, they want their money, but they resent them going there and clogging up the roads and the beaches and so on, and you know, dropping litter and all that stuff that tourists do. But this time around, it's much worse, of course, because they're potentially taking disease with them.
I used to live in Cornwall.
Ah.
And I can tell you that there's definitely... what would be best is that visitors would just come up to the Tamar Valley, drop their money off, and then go back again. And I had an interesting experience one summer, in as much that my garden was actually alongside a kind of... well, it was actually a bridleway, but there was a gate that was permanently locked at the end of this bridleway, and only opened by the owner of a kind of what used to be an old manor house.
Yeah.
And anyway, in my garden I had the almost like a pub table with the bench built in.
Yes.
And I painted it turquoise, and I stencil flowers over the top of it, and made it look all nice. And there was a bottom gate to my garden. I'd been in and out of the garden quite a lot that particular day, and I went to get my washing in, and there was a guy sitting at my garden table. And he said to me, before I could say anything to him, "I've been sitting here for nearly half an hour. Don't you realise I want something to eat and drink?"
Exactly. What were you thinking?
So from then on, when I explained to him that I wasn't, there to serve the public, I had to put a padlock on my garden gate.
Yeah.
Well, I have interesting memories, but
people, you can't live with them, and you're not allowed to shoot them. It's probably an EU regulation.
That's right. But I mean, obviously, I still have friends in the UK, and I talk to them from time to time, and there does seem to be a lot of muddled thinking on the part of the UK government.
Yeah, you can say that again.
There's it seems a bit more straightforward here.
Right. So what's the message there then? Because the message here is so complicated. I couldn't actually distill it for you. It's stay in but go out, but
right. Well,
maintain a bubble. It's something about bubbles.
It's quite straightforward. You must wear a mask on any public indoor buildings.
Right. All indoor buildings must wear a
all
mask.
Indoor,
right?
All public, yes. All like all supermarkets, restaurants. You have to go in with a mask.
Okay.
You can obviously take it off while you eat and drink, but then you've got to,
put it back
go
on
out
again.
with it.
Right.
Yeah.
What about in the street?
Well, I was going to say, in certain places, like for example, this week, La Rochelle.
What's that?
Actually, halfway down on the left-hand side.
Oh, okay.
They had a cluster of 6 members of staff of the leisure centre.
Yeah.
Who tested positive, and so now at the moment in La Rochelle, you've got to wear a mask on the street as well.
So, are they doing local lockdowns?
No, not lockdowns.
Really?
But extra precautions.
Right.
Like masks on the street, masks everywhere.
Right. So I think it's really important to remember that in this country we aren't following what everybody else is doing. Not everybody is doing this local lockdown thing. Not everybody is even doing masks.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, it's masks all the way here.
Right.
And the first time I went to my doctor after that telephone consultation, he was wearing full scrubs.
Right. That's just in his office. Inside
his office. And when I went to see him about 10 days ago, he wasn't wearing full scrubs. He had scrubs on top of his ordinary clothes.
Yeah.
So it kind of a little bit more relaxed, as it were. But he's still got the mask and everything else on. And also, what was new was that they had divided the 2 waiting rooms by age.
Really?
Yeah, so over 65s went in one way.
Yeah.
And under 65s were waiting in a separate area.
Right. Huh. Well, I'm not sure whether I would be pleased or not, depending on which bit you get ushered into, I suppose. Here, Sally, lovely to talk to you. Thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. I saw on the news, because we're locked down, it's like in, out, in, out, in, out, and this is going to be our future now, I expect, unless the government changes tack. But they're saying that now that younger people are getting this. That was what they said on the news, that the thing that's fueling the most recent outbreaks is that younger people are getting it, people in their 20s and so on, and that before it was people in their 60s and upwards who were getting it. But what they didn't say was, did they mean that younger people are catching it, because they always surely did, or that younger people are having a more negative reaction to it? Did they? Because this was unsaid, and neither did the journalist who was interviewing this doctor ask. Typical. They probably weren't listening. But the doctor said that it's younger people who are now, propelling this outbreak, such that they had to have a local lockdown. But he didn't say whether it meant that younger people were actually getting sick, or whether they were just catching it, as they did before, and it just rolled off them like water off a duck's back. And it didn't really affect them one way or the other. Because if it's the latter, then that's one thing. But if it's the former, if younger people are getting it and they're getting sicker, then it seems like the virus has mutated. Because this, I believe, is what happened with the Spanish flu, didn't it? There was the first wave, which affected and killed older people, as this one has done. But then the second wave affected and killed younger people. And if that's what we're looking at now, then that's somebody should make that clear. So I'll assume that because they didn't, it's not the case, and that it's just younger people are catching it because they're the ones that are going out and are being all hugger-mugger and, giving each other a squeeze.
Disgusting.
In bars and pubs and so on. But they should be clearer about that.
What's he got to be depressed about?
Oh, blimey, where do I even begin? Let's have a call in Wembley Park. Hello, Christoph.
Hello there, Nick.
Hello there, Christoph.
Yes. Do you mind if I just confirm that your mum's okay?
Go on.
Well, no. I don't call you very often, and I think you're a bit nonplussed when I mention your mum at the start of each conversation.
Yeah, what's it got to do with you? Get on with it.
No, it's just that I think if what little I know about her son is anything to go by, then I think your mum must be a great person.
Oh, well, she's my mum.
All our love.
What else do you need to know?
I just hope she's still well.
Well, that's very nice of you. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
So,
but that's not really the main reason I rang. I hope you don't mind me asking after her health.
Yes, I do.
Oh, you do? In that case, I won't do it again.
Excellent.
Okay. Yes. Where to start? Insects. No, let's start with the virus. You see, I thought while I was waiting to come on, there was nothing new to say about the virus, really.
Well, the story changes on a daily basis. I mean, the new things to say are the lack of cooperation that seems to be seeping into the British public because of a certain individual who went on a certain trip. When Gollum went to Durham, apparently new information has found that the British public's trust and cooperation with the government tanked and has not gone back up again.
But that's not really about the virus, is it? It's just about people. But I did think of, I suppose, one obvious thing to say is that even if this virus doesn't mutate very much, it could be many years before we really understand it fully. And unfortunately, whenever there is a sort of new story about it, a lot of emphasis seems to be put on it. And it's always couched in very vague terms, as you hinted earlier. The journalist didn't quite know what questions to ask, and you get very unspecific things about young people and all that, and it makes it very hard to know.
Well, exactly. I mean, this is what that doctor was saying. I mean, they were interviewing him about Preston, I believe, and he said that it's all being propelled by younger people who are now predominantly acquiring this virus. But what he didn't say was, are they getting it and it's nothing to them, like young people have had it in the past, or is it more serious now, or are they in hospital, or are they just carrying on and not even knowing that they're ill? I mean, what's it like?
I've got the impression that some young people are suffering sort of longer-term symptoms after their first, initial recovery from the virus. That's kind of the impression I'm getting from everything. Well,
Well, that you don't know and I don't know, exactly. It rather implies that a lot of people don't know, so there's a gap in information.
Well, there is a gap, but as I say, I dare say even the scientists would acknowledge that they don't know everything about this virus at the moment.
Well, no, of course, but when was the last time we were told that this is mostly affecting older people? When doctors were coming on TV and the radio and they were telling us the type of person that was most at risk. I mean, it seems like a long time ago now.
I think at risk includes getting very sick and
Yeah.
And, passing away as opposed to...
But if they're locking places down because younger people are getting it now, what does that actually mean? Are they getting it and having no negative consequences, or has it changed somewhat?
I didn't even want to talk about the virus.
Right. What did you want to talk about?
What I wanted to mention was insects.
Yes.
I think around 4 years ago, there was a guy in Edinburgh who opened a bakery where he was making cakes that were, whose main ingredient was insect.
Oh, God. Why would he want to do that?
Well, I think he wanted us to start thinking in a different way about the benefits of eating insects.
Well, I'm sure that is actually our future. I mean, they're quite nutritious. I mean, birds live on them, and there's plenty of them.
And I don't think we need to be immediately worried about that German study, which I certainly have heard about, because it was kind of based on the insects on cars running up and down motorways. We only really need to be worried if it's a general indication that the insect population everywhere is declining, as opposed to the insect population near.
Yeah, I don't think you're right. I think that German study that they almost came across it by accident, because they weren't actually studying this, but they took surveys over the course of about 20 years, and the insect population in an area that was next to a motorway. They weren't just counting dead bugs on cars. But they found that the insect population collapsed by about, and I can't remember exactly how much, but it was about 70-80%, which is massive.
The figure of 45% sticks in my head, but
no, bigger than that.
Doesn't mean it's any more accurate than yours. Yeah. But as again, it wasn't near a motorway, and it doesn't necessarily mean that the insect population everywhere was declining. And they might have commented on that. I don't know. We should all find out more.
Yes, but if it happened there and that coincided with my observation that despite driving up and down motorways, you can do that all day long and not hit a single insect, then there seems to be something going on, though.
But as you said, when people were doing less driving, the insect population sort of returned.
Yeah, it came back.
Yeah, which kind of suggests that they're quite hardy and resilient and will probably outlive us.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Well, they will. They'll come back. Nature came back when we went inside, and that was really noticeable. I mean, the air cleaned up, and the insects came back, and foxes they're ordinarily everywhere, but there were just so many of them. And, nature came back out again when we went inside. But now, of course, we're putting nature back in its box because we're re-emerging.
I want to talk about Trump as well, but I don't know if I get the chance.
Well, no, you got a couple of minutes before I hit the button for the news.
Oh, okay. Have you heard of I think it's called the Great Filter, or Fermi's Paradox? Have you heard of either of those things?
I've heard of Fermi's Paradox, yes. Remind me.
Yeah, it's basically Fermi, because the Copernicus kind of realised that the laws of physics were the same in wherever you were in the universe. People thought there must be quite a lot more intelligent life than just us here in this solar system.
Right.
But the Fermi paradox was, well, if there is so much intelligent life out there, why haven't we heard from it? Or why hasn't it made contact with us?
Right.
And that led to the idea of the Great Filter, which is that intelligence never really survives for very long.
Because it eventually kills itself.
That's right. But it's only an idea.
Well, it sounds like it makes sense. That by the time you get to the technology, you get advanced to the point that you have the technology to leave your planet and go and explore others. You will have become so numerous on your tiny planet, and have become so belligerent that you will end up killing yourself. Yeah, that
possibly.
That does make sense.
I don't know if it's to do with numerousness or just the fact that we're not smart enough to realise, or not enough of us are smart enough to realise how dangerous people like Trump are.
Yeah.
Boris Johnson said he was making London safer when he closed fire stations. So it goes back a long way, and people ought to have recognised it back then.
Yeah, well, Donald Trump promised people that, the good times were just around the corner as long as he could get rid of certain identifiable minorities. And I believe that that's exactly what propelled the current administration to power here. It seems to work wherever it's tried.
With this guy.
He's a centi-billionaire, which is Latin for moon-faced creep that runs Facebook. Seems like all the worst people in the world are getting all of the money. Which a proof positive there is no such thing as God. Unless that's a controversial thing to say, in which case I withdraw it. Let's have a call in Wanstead. Hello, Sophie.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
I am great, mate.
I feel like Debbie Harry hanging on the telephone.
Hanging on the telephone, like Blondie, yeah.
Expire in this heat. Nick, I know how old you are exactly.
Yeah.
Because you're the same age as my hairdresser.
Mm-hmm.
61.
No.
No?
You got that wrong.
I was thinking, he doesn't look 61. No. You're younger.
Yeah, you're way out.
No, but you're going to be like Steve Allen now because he lopes years off his age.
Steve Allen lops years off his age. Steve, how old are you? Come on, fess up.
Eternally young.
Yeah.
But I've noticed two things. Well, I want to talk about Trump, but I've noticed... Oh, you know the really interesting lady who rang from France?
Yes.
She sounded like Annie from Carnforth.
Yeah,
I know. It was Annie.
Right, I know what you mean. Yeah, no, it wasn't. No.
But it's very interesting listening to her. But I noticed two things. I am starting to hemorrhage money again, and the only thing I'm buying is groceries. But the thing is, during lockdown, I used to run in like a bank robber, quickly tap my card, and then run out again.
Yeah.
But now I sort of amble around the aisles, thinking, oh, I need this. And the thing is, I think everyone's put on weight during quarantine with less food.
Yes.
And now they're buying more food. They'll lose the weight, I'm sure, which is a paradox.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I don't think people did. People gained weight because they ate more. They weren't eating out, but they were spending more money in supermarkets.
They were comfort eating. Actually, you're right. They were spending more, but going out less for groceries. You're right.
And perversely, the supermarket experience got much better because people weren't going out so much. They were ordering it in. They were ordering deliveries. And so I think going to the supermarket has been... I don't know what it's going to be like now because people seem to be going out again now. I mean, like I was saying earlier on, the trip in today was the busiest it's been for me all year long. I mean, I was actually in traffic jams almost all the way here. It was really annoying. I thought, blimey, where are all these people going? Where have they all come from? Suddenly the roads were packed just like they used to be, this time last year. But over the past... God, it's August already. Over the past 7, almost 8 months now, it's been deathly quiet outside. But now people are coming back out again. I notice a lot of people are outside bars and they're packing, outside tables in restaurants and all of that. And what that means is, apparently, that the virus will spike again and we'll have to go back inside.
But the thing I didn't understand was why people in the north were banned from mixing with family and friends over Eid, which is the Muslim celebration. Yeah, it's fine to have beaches that are overcrowded to the hilt. I just don't understand. And the thing is, on beaches, people have less clothes on, so there's more likelihood of bodily fluid being exchanged.
Oh, please. What do you mean?
I meant sweat.
No. If you can catch it, I can't imagine how it's possible to catch it from a stranger on a beach. I mean, people don't get close to each other on a beach. I mean, you maintain some sort of distance from people you haven't gone there with, don't you? I mean, there's wind on a beach and you're outside in the open air. And how can it be passed on a beach?
Well, I'm going to be OCD now and say when you lie on the beach and you've got a sweaty body and then you get up and someone else lies on the same sand.
Oh, please. That can't possibly be it. rubbish.
Well, it lives on surfaces. I don't know if it's true, but I was thinking, actually, I think it's pretty unacceptable that people should be crowding those beaches, knowing that schools are going to open in September.
Well, see, that's another thing. There are so many mixed messages. I mean, they were being encouraged to go back to the gym now. How can it be safe to go to a gym when it's not safe to go to a pub? I mean, people pack into... I know they're restricting the number that go in there, but the air is going to be thick with people's panting breath.
I have been to the gym, and there are only 8 people per class now. I think they've got capacity for 16, but actually everyone's socially distanced. You wipe all your equipment down at the beginning and then at the end.
And that's only going to last so long. I mean, in my experience, well, you're supposed to wipe your equipment down ordinarily, and no one ever does. You're supposed to put your weights away, and they don't do that either. People aren't going to pay attention to that stuff because the people in gyms have... There's a certain type that has the attitude of, I'm way too tough to clean up after me. You know, I'll take all of the free weights and just group them around my bench. I've got like 5 different sets of weights, and yes, mate, I am using them all. You know, that kind of person. And then they'll just leave them there and then get up and walk out. And,
they will, you're right.
So, you know, people might, for a brief period, be considerate of other people, but that's not going to last.
Well, ordinarily, my gym, even before this, always ran out of spray, always ran out of wet wipes. They banned the blue tissues. We don't have any blue tissues anymore. But the other thing about lockdown was my heart sank because I only ever went out for groceries, and that was it.
Yeah, me too.
But there was a time... Yeah, there was a time when everyone looked like they were shopping in their pajamas. And it was such a comfortable experience. But now, obviously, you have to be in normal cities again because life is getting back to normal.
Well, a little bit, yeah. But like baby steps to get back to normal. But then the moment it does reach some measure of normality, then the warning is sounded and we've all got to go back inside again. It's how can we keep living like this? It's just, I can't imagine... If there's no cure and there's no vaccine in a year's time, which seems more likely than not, are we still going to be locking down entire cities because there's been an outbreak in a bar?
And also, even if there is a vaccine, a lot of people won't want to take it.
They're not going to take it, that's right. There's some survey that came out the other day that, I'll dig that one out, that vaccine resistance, there you go.
I don't think I'd take it either.
Why not?
Because it would be new. You wouldn't know the effects. I would need to know all the information and then take a balanced judgment. But
well, have you ever read the piece of paper that comes with medicine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, it causes more ailments.
Well, yeah, it may cause your eyeballs to shrivel up and fall out of the sockets in your skull. It may cause your liver to burst through your back. It may cause you to stop breathing, and then death.
Exactly. And Nick, the other thing, I just have got a question for you.
Go on.
What will it take to bring down that man politically?
Who? Donald Trump?
Yes. I'm absolutely flabbergasted because any misdemeanor that his opponents commit is flagged up, and it's fake news, and it's not the truth, and they're just denigrating me. But he gets away with murder, and I just don't know what will bring this man down. And actually, I think his niece has produced a really credible critique against him.
Yeah, well, I mean, if anyone knows, it'd have to be her, wouldn't it? Here, I've got to go, but thanks, Sophie. 0345 6060 973. That's the thing about the vaccine. This was from, let's see, about 3 weeks ago. A poll found a third of British people are either unsure or definitely will not take a vaccine for coronavirus. What? A third! See, even if they find a vaccine, it's the problem is going to be getting people to take it, because if there's not a sufficient number of people that take it, then you might as well not have it. The survey was conducted for the Centre for Countering Digital Hate, which also found that almost 60 million people in the UK and the US subscribe to anti-vaxxer content on social media.
Oh, no.
You remember Nick Clegg?
No!
Yeah, that's him. Well, Health Secretary Matt Hancock says that he was going to meet Facebook PR chief Nick Clegg a couple of weeks ago and increase pressure on Facebook to crack down on anti-vaccination propaganda that is, what he said, putting people's lives at risk. And you know what? The government can ask social media giants all they like. The social media giants will say to the government, don't question us, peasant, because they've got all the money. I mean, if you're worth $100 billion, then you're not going to take any orders from anybody, are you? In one survey in America, 44% of Republican voters and 19% of Democrats said they believed the theory. Oh, my God. They believed this theory that Microsoft billionaire Bill Gates, who has spent almost $8 billion of his own personal money fighting infectious diseases, would use COVID-19 jabs to implant microchips in people to track their movements. People, eh? They think that Bill Gates is trying to inject microchips into you to track your movements and collect data from you to further his own power. I believe that these people are known as dingalings. Republicans. And the anti-vaxxers are proving alarmingly successful, say experts who fear that these science deniers could seriously undermine efforts to tackle coronavirus effectively, because even if we get a vaccine, it's only going to work if enough of us take it. It's not the vaccine that saves us, it's the vaccinations. Big difference. Huge. Does it sound as though I know what I'm talking about?
No.
Yeah, well, in that case, then I must be an expert. Somebody get me a Facebook page. So there's a new report by America's George Washington University that says that anti-vaxxers are adept at manipulating social media, often infiltrating networks, and this enables their views to drown out more measured, evidence-based voices and dominate sites such as Facebook. We're being led by whoever shouts the loudest. No one is interested in a measured debate anymore. It is whoever shouts the loudest. Ain't that right, Donny?
Oh, shut up!
The researchers say they also found evidence of growing links between anti-vaxxer groups and far-right extremists. Oh, you don't say. The human race is in big trouble. Mass vaccination programs have been protecting people from infectious diseases like smallpox and influenza for decades. And some of the biggest successes have been against viruses similar to the coronavirus. Polio, yellow fever, the measles, stuff like that. But anti-vaxxers claim that vaccines are harmful, they're ineffective, a fraud perpetrated by Big Pharma for financial gain and by shadowy establishment forces. And then they write this stuff on Facebook, and their credulous readers take it on board as though it's a fact. Oh. Exactly. Tim in Livingston says, are you missing David Cameron yet? You know, if you'd asked me that a year or so ago, then I would have said I wouldn't have even entertained the possibility. But now I would have to say yes. We are missing you, Dave. Just don't rush back anytime soon. We know where we'll find you. In the shed where they keep the tools.
I think this is nonsense.
This from Michael in Surbiton says, do you feel guilty for not eating out to help out? Well, I am going to eat out to help out. I booked tables. I'm still a bit up in the air about whether I'm actually going to go. I'm not going to be a no-show, because that's just awful. Don't be a no-show. Give them plenty of notice if you're not going to show up for a reservation. But I don't feel entirely comfortable at the thought. But then I haven't eaten out in such a long time. It'll be bizarre to have somebody else do the dishes for me. I think that's how it works, isn't it? Somebody brings you food, you eat it, and then you get up and walk out. something to do with the money as well that's in there somewhere, but I can't quite remember. I'm sure they'll let me know. Tackleston, Alan.
Oh, hi, Nick.
How you doing?
I wasn't going to ring in, although I listen to you all the time. But my hackles got raised when the subject of scientists come up.
Yeah.
Because I used to be, largely am, still quite a scientific person. I've got interests in astronomy and all sorts of stuff. But when you pull the woolly jumper and it all unravels, you realise that science is basically enough scientists agree on the same thing, that gets promoted as a fact. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we're getting the same thing with this insane virus thing, except for it's a case of choose your scientists who you want to put your trust in.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, the head scientist in Sweden is telling his people something that's completely different to the head scientists in this country. That notion that keeps getting put forward that by Boris Johnson, we're just following the science, is utterly meaningless. There is no such thing as the science. There's people with scientific backgrounds who have an opinion which may be completely the opposite to other people who have the same background.
No, that's totally right. But I came to this conclusion 20 years ago when I looked at stuff like Big Bang and all the rest of it, and it's all promoted in the schools, and it's promoted as facts. But when you look at it, it's all theory.
It's more philosophy, really. I mean, that sort of...
Exactly.
Once you get into an atomic level, then it is more like a philosophy than verifiable facts. Although, to be fair, I have no idea what I'm talking about.
No, but my point being is that if you have enough people who in a position of power promote a certain idea, that can become fact.
Yes, well, I mean, for your field, astronomy, right? Is that correct? Astronomy.
Yeah.
Well, it used to be that people promoted it as a fact that the sun was pulled across the sky by a god in a winged chariot.
Oh, yeah. But the thing is, I'm an astronomer from an aesthetic point of view. I've got my own observatory. I've got a 14-inch telescope in my garden in Tackleston, and I just look at the beauty. I don't get involved in the science because it's all BS.
Did you? Well, not all of it. No, I mean
Well, I think largely, yeah. Largely.
But it's not. That's not true. I mean, some science seems to withstand a verification from different sources over a long period of time. I mean, science tells you that there's a thing called gravity. Things don't fall to the earth because of magnets. It's gravity. Now, don't ask me what gravity is, but I don't even know what electricity is. But did you see that comet the other day? That was.
Yes, I did.
Right.
I did. Yeah. Through my binoculars, not through the telescope, and naked eye. If you're unfortunate enough to live in a city, you wouldn't see it because of light pollution.
Well, I did. One night I came back late from this show, and it was absolutely remarkable. It was the brightest thing I've seen in the sky, bar the moon and the sun. It was really bright, but I only saw it once, and I didn't see the tail. It was just a bright disc. Not disc exactly.
I'm not sure you saw it actually.
Well, I couldn't possibly have been anything else.
Was it due north?
No, it was, I'd say, south-east.
Well, it definitely weren't the comet because it's due north, and it's lost in the light pollution. But anyway,
what on earth could it have been then? South? I don't think you're right there. I'm pretty certain that it must have been it.
Planet Jupiter.
No. I know that that you can often see the planets in the sky, but it definitely wasn't them. It was much brighter than that. It was either the comet or somebody had hoisted an arc light into the sky a couple of miles away and was pointing it directly at me.
That's more likely.
Oh, it's not likely at all. Unless you're telling me that that's a scientific fact, in which case then I completely believe you. Right.
No, look, getting back to my original premise, you've got to be careful with scientists because they lump together, and as long as there's enough of them to say we all agree, that gets presented as a scientific fact, and you've got to be aware of that.
I completely agree, yes. I mean, some things seem to be settled science until they aren't. That's just true down the ages. You can see that people have always had notions that seemed verifiable then, but we now think of as being a bit, some cute, antediluvian, whatever word you want to append to it. All right, good talk to you, Alan. Keep your eyes peeled. Thanks a lot. Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. Deborah says, question, what was given out as a treat after Boris said the obese have to lose weight? Answer, a meal deal for Monday, Tuesday and Wednesdays in August. They do seem to specialise in mixed messages, don't they? The government. It's almost like they're trying to confuse us. Lose weight, eat less, and oh, by the way, here's a voucher to eat more. I know that the restaurant trade needs our help, but maybe they should have concentrated more in the kind of place that would be beneficial to weight loss, instead of, with the greatest respect, junk food outlets. That seems willfully bizarre. Just as it seems weird to tell us to go out and go to the pub, and then when we do that, they say, right, well, you went to the pub. You stupid idiots, you've got to go and sit inside for 2 weeks now. Make your mind up. They do appear to be flailing around like a drunken octopus, whereas other countries are taking a much more measured, much more calm, much more clear, they're giving out a much more clear message. Like France, like that nice lady I was talking to. It seems much more clear. If I gave you £1,000, you probably wouldn't be able to give me what all the rules are at the moment. I mean, I've got them here. If I told you them, you wouldn't be able to repeat them back to me, I bet. It's an entire page's worth. Right, this is as of the 30th of July. Anyone with coronavirus symptoms, a new persistent cough, fever or loss of sense of taste or smell should self-isolate and order a test. If you test positive, you must stay at home for at least 10 days. If you test negative, you no longer need to isolate. If you feel better and do not have a fever after 10 days, you can stop isolating. A cough or a reduced sense of smell or taste may linger. This is okay. Other members of the household should isolate for 14 days, even if they have no symptoms. If they start to feel unwell during the 14 days, they must order a test. If they test positive, they must start isolating for an additional 10 days. Is that clear?
No.
That's only a third of it. How are you supposed to remember all that? If I didn't know any better, I would say that they were deliberately, willfully trying to confuse us, such that when the game is done and the numbers are added up and we see who's won, they'll say, well, we would have done so much better if the stupid public hadn't had just followed the instructions. Sometimes I feel like we're being set up. But the position that we're at now, this in-out thing, how on earth can we continue like that as a nation? How can we repair the economy if we don't know from one day to the next whether we will be able to leave the house or not? And again, we get the notion, because there's not much information about how other countries are dealing with it. I bet you hadn't really paid much attention to what they're doing in France. I mean, I didn't really know until I talked to that nice lady from France who told us what was going on there. And occasionally you'll get a call from, Denmark, I think I had calls from this week. And they're not doing what we're doing. Sweden absolutely isn't. They didn't do what we did right from the very start. And yet they've had a better result than us. we've had one of the worst results in the world. Other countries are looking at us with open mouths, stunned at our incompetence. And yet we're being persuaded to believe that, everything's fine, not to worry about it. The government says there's nothing to be concerned about. Let's have a call in Malvern. I've been waiting for you, Judy.
Oh, you're a star. Thank you.
I'm a what?
I said you're a star.
Oh, right. Yeah, it was a very bad line. And that word just, we lost that word. And I thought, oh, blimey,
Really?
Where's this going? Yeah, a star, you say?
Yes, a star. A firmament. One of those.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I must say, what a wonderful week it has been. And, if the producers are listening, or indeed the gods of LBC, I need you to be on my radio at least 5 times a week, please.
Can I recommend that you check out the podcast? Because you can have me on as many times as you like.
I've listened to the podcasts, but, I can only listen to it once.
I guess so, yeah. Have you tried the one that I do with Carol McGiffin?
Yes, I've done that. I'm sorry, I'm addicted.
Right. Good. Well, nice to hear you. Thanks.
We can discuss this another day.
Right.
I'm so pleased that you actually pointed out there's no such thing as a science. I used to scream about this. But no, it isn't philosophy, as you agree. Ultimately, what they need to be saying is we're driven by the evidence. That's the only word they needed to use. We are being driven by the evidence.
It's one removed from that. They're being driven by their conclusions derived from the evidence.
No, that they're not using any evidence. There's the problem, because it's a complete mishmash. And when you say that this is the biggest overreaction ever, and I do have seriously some. I can't think of the word, but
sympathy. You have sympathy with that notion.
Sympathy. That's yes. By the way, the word is venerate. I think we venerate our NHS. By the way.
Yeah, that is a word. It's close, but not quite the one that I was going for. It's a veneration, but it's more like through the haze of nostalgia, and it's what I don't know what that word is. I don't know why I can't pluck that one out of the air, but it's eluding me.
Either. In fact, I should have worked on it while I was waiting. Sorry about that. Okay, so it sounds like I actually sort of work in the area, and ultimately. Evidence comes because, in effect, it's, as you said, it's verified, but then it's replicated. It's replicated time and time again by anybody, wherever they are, if they're good enough to be able to do it.
Yeah.
And every time it's proven, and it's very different now to what it was when they were looking at the sky, without even a telescope. But anyway, I'm moving on slightly, because when you're saying it's all overdone, as you know, this is nothing like flu. Not in any shape or form. And this is a question. It would be interesting if you might ask people, do you know anybody who's died of the flu?
Well, people, I don't know what the numbers are, but they're in the thousands per year, aren't they?
Yes, I know, but do you know anybody?
Well, no.
Ever.
But that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
No, of course it doesn't. It's like people say, well, I don't know anyone who's died of COVID, so it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it doesn't exist.
Right.
I'm saying that, in effect, you haven't got literally people in the NHS service, dying at the age of 30 or 35 and everything else because of flu.
Right.
And it doesn't happen.
Well, I don't know that it doesn't happen, but it's not reported.
It's dangerous, but inevitably it is people who are vulnerable. They already have a vulnerability.
Yeah.
And we thought that about COVID initially, but in fact it's been proven to be incorrect. There's 30-year-olds and 40-year-olds and 25-year-olds.
Yeah, but they're very as bad as each individual case is. They're very few and far between, though, aren't they? At the moment.
No, I can tell you, I know of at least 10 people. Bearing in mind, I speak to a lot of people all over the world, which is useful. But there's a professor, a brilliant professor, and he's still incredible. He's got a young child. He's got 2 young children, and he's still really exhausted after 3 or 4 hours. And he's only about 40 years old. it's obscure. It's very strange. And as somebody said the other day, immunity, and it's a joke almost within the scientific thing. It's complicated, and it is. And I'm not going to bore you about it, but I tell you what it is. But I'll tell you the reason why we've had to do this. First of all, we're treated like idiots, and everything is worked on the basis that whatever they say, we're not going to do it. So the WHO started off by saying, actually, masks don't work, which was absolute rubbish.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, there's the chap in Sweden is pretty much sticking with that notion, and they've had a better COVID period, game, whatever you want to call it, than we have.
But there is substantial evidence, again, to suggest that they do work. It's a percentage of how much they work. I mean, we could talk about that.
Is there, though? Is there substantial evidence to show that the kind of masks that people are wearing, in the kind of way that they're wearing them, does actually work?
The material, if you think about it simply, this idea equally that people say, you wear a mask because you're protecting others. No, you're not. How many sides are there to a mask? 2 sides.
Yeah.
Are you saying that when you breathe out, it stops it? But in fact, when you breathe in, the same material now, suddenly it doesn't work.
Well, no, it's 2 different things, isn't it? I mean, a mask doesn't stop the virus from getting to you, but it will stop a significant amount of it getting to somebody else, assuming that it's droplets in the air that mostly is how it gets passed on. So if you cough or sneeze or
come out
speak
from
loudly,
your mouth, but oddly enough, incredibly, we're talking about the material here. It's the same material, both sides. You're now saying that somehow the droplets can somehow permeate from one side, but they can't permeate from the other side.
Well, no, it's a percentage thing, isn't it? It will catch a percent of the amount that you're breathing out, but it won't catch 100% of what's coming at you. It doesn't make you safe. It just makes other people safer.
No, it makes you safer. And if you're wearing the right mask, supposing you're wearing actually we call them F111, but an N95 mask, for instance, which they use in hospitals, and they sincerely do work. They work.
Well, that's different, though, isn't it?
N95 isn't very good. No, they're not that much different. If you were to wear a cloth mask, let's call it a face covering, and I'm amazed that the government haven't actually explained this, because again, it's all able to be read and it's all been verified. If you need 3 layers, okay, not 1 layer, 3 layers. If you put 3 layers and the middle layer is either chiffon, which, trust me, is £3.50 a yard on eBay, so we're not talking expensive here. Okay, chiffon, silk's a bit more expensive, but those are the 2 materials because they have a tighter weave. And you put cotton one side, chiffon or silk in the middle, and then you put cotton, preferably flannelette, but never mind. Okay, you've got 3 layers. That will give you about the same percentage of protection, both sides, right, as an N95.
But only if
95%.
Well, yes, but only if it's fitted so tightly on your face that this microscopic virus can't get in. But people don't wear it like that.
I'll admit you're absolutely right, and yes, you do need to make sure that. These things that just throw over 2 ears isn't all that good. It's preferable if you actually tie things and you tie them tight. But you could get round it. All I'm saying that there's just been an awful lot. And the other thing, Sweden, by the way, are compliant. Trust me on this. Trust me. I speak to Sweden all the time, and bless them. They spend 40% of their salary on, and they give it to the state, which is why they're so looked after.
Well, this is why they're so happy,
generally.
But
yes,
look, Anders Tegnell, the epidemiologist in Sweden, who's a bit of a hero over there, he said that there is no point in wearing a mask on public transport.
Well, actually, there's enough evidence to suggest that it's actually completely wrong. I mean, he just is wrong.
Well,
it's just wrong.
I'm not sure that that's true. I mean, I'll go along with it and I'll wear a mask when I go into a shop, but just think about this. I mean, it's unlikely we're going to get a vaccine. It's unlikely we're going to get a cure. So are we still going to be doing this in a year or 2 years' time? We're still going to be leaving the house and everyone's going to be wearing a mask? I can't see it. Can you?
Well, I mean, I, like you, funnily enough, actually, I haven't put myself in particular danger at all. But then, you see, I bought a very good mask. I mean, I bought one of these masks that actually was an N95, but it was used by industry with the result that, in fact, it also comes with goggles, so I look like a space invader. I have actually modified it somewhat. Yeah. And I was wearing this in February. Can you imagine? I mean, actually, early March.
Right.
Okay. I mean, I'm surprised I was letting Aldi, to be quite honest. But I mean, there's been an awful lot of wibble mongering, hasn't there? I mean, there's been wibble mongering by so many people, mostly, I mean, by this government, who have been totally and completely, I mean, it's been a disinformation Chernobyl, hasn't it? Really?
I'll admit that I've never heard the phrase wibble mongering. What does that mean?
Oh, it's fabulous. Well, wibble is when you talk rubbish, isn't it?
Oh, right.
Wibbling. And mongering, as you know, like a fishmonger, so wibble mongering.
Right, well, that's what this show should be called. Nick Abbott's wibble mongering.
There you go.
Right, okay.
Nothing else, darling. I've done that. And
exactly.
Thank you so much, because
all right.
you make my... I hope you're going to be on tomorrow. You can't rest now.
No, I'm not going. No, I'm not resting. No, I'll be on tomorrow too.
Oh, thank God. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Judy.
God, we're running late.
Text from Chris says, nature is very definitely re-emerging. If you'd seen the spider that I removed from my house last night. Don't talk about spiders. Text from Jennifer in Suffolk says, the life before COVID was abnormal. I like the quiet times without all the stress and the rushing around. We need to find a new way of living. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. But I don't think that we're going to do that. I think that we're going to go straight back to doing the exact same stupid thing that we used to do before. And or as much of it as we can manage to retrieve. And this from Jarek says, I believe the numbers of people who join the anti-vaxxers on social media could be slightly skewed. A lot of people are just there for laughs. I'm on a few of them, similar as on the flat earthers groups. You just have to restrain yourself from commenting because you'll be kicked out immediately. Yeah, the anti-vaxxer people. I'm very disappointed in the human race. I wonder which race is going to take the baton when we humans finally drop it. My money's on nematodes. I mean, people dismiss the hysteria about compulsory vaccination as a red herring. A red herring. There is going to be no such thing as compulsory vaccination. It's illegal in Britain and it hasn't even been proposed in America, but they're freaking out about it as though it's going to be a thing. They haven't even found a vaccine yet. But it appears that a third of the people in this country are either unsure or definitely, absolutely and totally flat out will not take a vaccine even if they find one, which means that they might as well stop looking because it won't work. Leicester, hello, David.
Hello.
David.
This is the city of Mockdown. I was looking at some statistics, the last ones I've got for the deaths in Leicester. Leicester hospitals, and you divide it up by the number of days of pandemic, and it works out at less than 3 per day. Now, the deaths
this is in Leicester.
Yeah, the deaths in the Leicester hospitals will include people from the villages around Leicester.
Yeah,
it'll include people from Kettering, far south as Kettering, perhaps as far as Nuneaton. It's got very specialist hospitals in Leicester. There was even a consultant from Derby who died in Leicester hospitals of COVID-19, apparently. So, if it's a pandemic city, why is Leicester 1,000th of 1% of deaths per day warrant this ridiculous lockdown?
Well, that's a lot of statistics that you just laid on us, David, and I haven't done the research myself, so I'll just have to take your word for it. So, are you personally being locked down?
No, No, I'm not been locked down, but there's lockdown regulations.
Yeah. Well, so but they don't apply to where you are, or you're just not playing along.
There's no one to enforce it. Let's just say that.
Right. So the latter.
So they're locking down Preston.
Yeah.
Who's going to enforce the lockdown in Preston?
Well, the police, you would imagine.
Well, they don't. The first week in Leicester, I went to the railway station, and there was one policeman asking people where they're going. After that week, nobody was there asking. There's nobody policing it. There's no one on the roads coming in and out of Leicester. There's signs, but there's no one actually implementing the lockdown. So it's a mock down.
Right.
And to me, it's just a waste of time. And I think that they're just prolonging this out to kill the economy more and more.
Well, that can't possibly be their intention to kill the economy, but I think because their initial reaction was slow, and they got all of the decisions one after the other was a catastrophic failure. I mean, we continue to find out incredible things that they've done, just chucking hundreds of millions of pounds away on stuff that doesn't work.
I agree about that.
And so I feel that at the moment they're just doing anything in order to avoid further criticism.
I'll tell you what I do have an issue with, and I'm not having got anyone in particular, but I'm asthmatic. I have trouble breathing. I can't breathe with a face mask on.
Right.
And the amount of abuse I've received in the last week on public transport, it's horrendous. I pull out my inhaler. I said, look, I don't have to wear a mask. I'm exempt. And they still have a go at me. And it's not right. What can I do?
Could you put what would happen if you put if you tied did a sort of like a Wild West bandito thing? If you put a handkerchief over your face, because wouldn't you still be able to breathe quite easily? Because it wouldn't be tied under your chin; it would just be sort of floating over the front of your face.
Well, what I've ordered, it's not come yet. It's one of those face coverings.
What's that?
Which I think, which is a plastic shield that goes over your face.
Oh, blimey!
And that would give me plenty of space to breathe in.
Yeah.
But actually wearing a mask over my mouth and nose, I have great difficulty breathing. Right. But hey ho, it hasn't arrived yet. I've queried it. It's been on order for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And there's little you can do about that. But I'm just saying, I don't know why this city's still in lockdown, and I can understand why the mayor gets very frustrated with the government when we've got so few deaths. It might be more deaths than other places, but
relatively speaking, yeah,
of a percentage of the population per day, on average, over the last since the end of February. That's what we've had as deaths.
Okay, well, I'm sure this story is going to play over and over and over again. People are going to get locked down through no fault of their own, and wonder, like you, why, for what benefit. And this could just go on forever. Thanks a lot, David. 0345 6060 973. Let's see if I can squeeze some more in before the end. Let's have Maxine Selzy.
Oh, hello.
How you doing?
You know what? I've even forgotten what I found about now.
Right.
Well, the Wimble Wumble, what's that? The Wimble Wongle.
Yeah, something like that.
That lady, what is it? I ain't got a clue, my darling.
No,
There's something else we've got to be confused about now.
Yeah, exactly. Me either. No idea.
Right, now, where were the 3 degrees, my love?
Where were the 3 degrees?
Yeah, Doris and his 2 backup staff, the medical people that we see on a Friday night on the telly to give us advice. Where are they?
I haven't been paying attention to any of that. I don't think I've watched a single one.
Do you know what?
What?
Do you know what? When they were on, I used to be glued to the telly because I like to know what's going on in their life. You know, when I've got to become pulled out of furlough to go back to work.
That's the most boring TV show out, though. I mean, why would you want to sit there and watch that? I mean, if anything dramatic happens, you'll find out.
But the thing is, we're not finding out now, are we? We've all got to wear a mask. I wear my mask. I go round my local supermarket wearing my mask. I can't see where I'm going because my glasses are seamed up.
Yes.
I go home.
That is a problem.
With food that I didn't want to buy in the first place, but I go home with it. Now, when I go into a supermarket and I'm wandering around with my mask on, none of the staff on the shop floor have got a mask on. So I'm thinking to myself, why do I wear a mask?
Exactly, yeah.
But now, let me tell you something else.
Well, just on that subject, they say they can't wear a mask because it's uncomfortable to wear it all day long. And I would point you to people who work in a hospital in an operating theatre who have to do exactly that. Yeah, it's not just a mask; it's 2 masks and 3 pairs of gloves and 3 aprons.
Play that tune.
Which
one? What?
No.
No, what?
No. I won't. I won't do that. No.
Because now, here's another thing. Right now, flying ants.
Yeah.
Did you get swung by them yesterday?
No, but yes, they have their days, don't they? And they pour out the ground. It's really quite alarming.
I know.
How do they live down there?
Well, I'll tell you what, I just bought a bungalow. As you know, I used to live in Croydon. I'm in Chelsea now.
Yeah.
They've gone up in the world, my love.
And your place is built on an ant hill, I bet.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've been going around with the ant powder. I feel like the Terminator. Right, so anyway,
you're gonna need
in the garden.
You're gonna need a bigger bucket of ant powder.
No, I'm sitting out in the garden, you see, millions of flying ants.
Yeah.
But they only last for a day. They're female ants.
Well, the way I see it is to leave them alone because flying ants have got to be bird food. I mean, why birds would want to eat something that tastes that disgusting, I don't know.
No.
But they seem to love them.
No, but now, anyway, they've all gone now because they're all dead.
Yeah.
So I don't worry about that. I've got a big fat hedgehog in my garden.
What a life, eh? They live underground, they come out for one day and then they die.
And then they die,
They swarm around, trying to have hot ant love with each other.
Disgusting. I can't do that social distancing, my love.
Exactly.
Social distancing.
And then they die.
Now.
Yeah, unfortunately, Maxine, we've come to the very end of this super show. Better luck next time. And I'm sorry I couldn't get around to all the other people that are waiting, but, that's life. It's all about staying in and saving a granny. Council chiefs in Preston have launched a Don't Kill Granny message to... Don't kill Granny. Remember, kids, don't kill Granny. This is to encourage youngsters to follow the rules after it was revealed that half of new coronavirus cases in the newly locked down city are under the age of 30. Young people, eh? What if they really don't like Granny? What if she insists on kissing them and smells like cabbage? And wouldn't that be awful?
Dreadful.
Fears are growing that bold young people are ignoring social distancing and mixing in big crowds, doing young person things, which are putting them at risk of contracting the coronavirus. Many of those who do get infected may be asymptomatic. They might... all these words that we've learned. Epidemiological. Pretty much everybody in the land can say that, if not spell it. Asymptomatic. Epidemiological. Anyway... Many of those who do get infected may be asymptomatic, say epidemiologists. And meteorologists as well, I bet. They might not even realise they've got it, and then they'll pass it on to loved ones when returning home, and maybe people that they don't love too. But this isn't Italy. They don't live with Granny. I bet if teenagers were given the excuse that they could get out of visiting Granny if they all squeezed together in a bar, you wouldn't be able to get in the door. It comes as the local government association calls for councils to be given more powers to shut down rule-breaking pubs nationwide. Get Priti Patel in. Oh, that's right, she's patrolling the coasts. Preston went into a lockdown, has had half of its cases among people aged under 30. All 140,000 residents in the Lancashire city of Preston are now banned from mixing with any other households, indoors or in a garden. Not here, not there, not anywhere. But how many are we talking about? You know, for the whole town to be under house arrest like this, for the already struggling shops and restaurants and pubs and bars to be denied custom. How many people are we talking about here? Well, government data... I actually did homework. Can you believe that?
No.
Government data showed Preston's COVID-19 infection rate has risen to 50 new cases. 50! Half of which are under 30. And the death rate of people who get infected with the virus under the age of 30 is practically zero. And the hospitalisation rate of cases was, at its peak, 10%. So we're talking tiny numbers here. Health chiefs warned that the measures will be kept under review, but threatened tougher action. Tougher action if people don't abide by the restrictions. You better believe it. They will send Priti Patel around. To be clear, I do not recommend squashing in close and forgetting about this virus. But how about we just act a little more Swedish, eh? Just a little more distant and respectful, and not like nothing is happening. But on the other hand, can you imagine if whole cities are still being sent indoors in a year's time? How about 5 years' time? I mean, there's absolutely no reason to think that we're going to get a vaccine or a cure. We're more likely just going to have to live with it. So it seems logical at some point that we'll have to stop all this in-out stuff. And if that time is to come, then won't it mean that it will invalidate everything that we're doing now? And that would be okay if what we were doing now didn't come with consequences. You don't only save lives by shielding from the virus, you save lives by carrying on as we used to, not being afraid to go to the hospital if we need it, not being taken off hospital waiting lists because the whole NHS is being saved for COVID, not descending into poverty because of crushing recession, not spending the rest of your life unemployed, you know, that sort of thing. The Local Government Association, which represents councils in England and Wales, wants to see the introduction of temporary public health or COVID-19 objectives, allowing town halls to take action where premises are not protecting the public during the pandemic, such as collecting people's details. We're going to have to leave the house with papers. And that's all well and good, except that if you really want to ensure the death of restaurants, pubs and shops, that seems like a pretty good way of doing it, doesn't it? Collect people's details before you serve them. I mean, I've barely left the house since February. But I did have to go to a coffee shop because I was waiting for an appointment with my barber. Normally you just go in, you sit in a chair and you wait till he's done. And you're next. But no, you have to make an appointment now. And so I was sent away for half an hour. And I went to a coffee shop and they wanted to know who I was. They wanted my name and my phone number, my inside leg measurement, what my eye colour was. And that sort of rubbed me up the wrong way a bit. I mean, I gave them my details, so I'm a good boy, I am. But it didn't make me want to go back. I mean, there's so many mixed messages come from the government. It almost seems like they're trying to confuse us. What do you say to that, Boris?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Well, he sounds confused. What about all that contact tracing?
Contact tracing.
This is the man that we're following? What could possibly go wrong? I mean, the only winner in all this is going to be the online sellers of everything, or Amazon for short. Jeff Bezos is on track to becoming a trillionaire inside 6 years. That's a number that's so large, I don't even know what it is. It looks like some sort of dystopian future where we'll buy absolutely everything from just one company. From a man who has a very aggressive approach to avoiding tax. You know, eventually those that do have jobs will work just to pay Jeff Bezos for everything they buy. And the only way to avoid that fate of essentially being his slaves is to tax him. But the Conservative Party isn't going to raise taxes on billionaires, and Donald Trump wouldn't let them even if they wanted to. No, the only way to prevent this happening is to go to actual shops It's no point hoping to find online competitors to Amazon, because Amazon will be able to crush them. It's crushing them right now. But if you've got to present your identity papers, leave your number, wear a mask, queue outside in the rain because there's only 3 allowed inside, not touch anything while you're in there, don't try anything on and all of that, then you can kiss goodbye to shops completely. And if we have to keep 6 feet apart, then pubs won't be able to survive, and no one wants to be served food by somebody in a mask. It'd be like a robot is your wait person.
Affirmative.
And if the economy is to be saved, don't we have to stop all this? At least, if not now, then at some point. And if at some point, why not now? Assuming that there is no magic cure on the way. Otherwise, everything will wither. You can't run a business in isolation. A factory in Preston supplies a warehouse in Manchester. And when Preston gets locked down, the warehouse in Manchester's out of stock, and they can't supply the tool shop in Birmingham, and they won't be able to fit a widget on a thing because that needs to go to York, and the people in York can't finish that part to send to Basildon, and the whole lot falls down because 5 people went to hospital in Preston. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. There's a very keen early bird from Lewisham. Hello, Jane.
Hi. Yeah, I heard that where they say
You're very piercing, Jane. Can you back off the phone a couple of feet?
I see. That's it, where they said obey the rules, don't kill a granny.
Don't kill a granny, yeah.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what.
What?
Grannies would rather be dead than have all these kids locked up.
I'm not sure about that.
Yes. You know what I mean? It's absolutely outrageous.
Are you a granny?
Yes.
Are you?
Yes.
Are you?
And I'm fed up with all this. You know, with this government, they're suspicious.
Yeah.
That's
you
what
can say,
it is.
you can say that again. They are suspicious. Very, very suspicious.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, at least they've got geniuses.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
It's the whole thing is just absolutely a mess. And, you know, masks make money, don't they? These tracker systems, they make money.
Tracker systems?
This track and trace or something.
Oh.
Well, it's very, very suspicious, as what I said to you, what I read in the paper, you know.
Which paper?
I'm not telling you that.
Was it the Mail?
The
Socialist Worker Weekly.
With the most likely symptoms that you're going to get is that you're going to feel fine.
Yeah.
So what's the point of, you know, if you've got 1,000 people that have been tracked and they've got this
contact
virus,
tasting. Yeah.
And they're fine. What is the point of all this? You know, you can't. That's it. You get coughs and colds, and you don't have a day off work. You just go to work.
Yeah, but it's a bit different, though, isn't it? I mean, let's not compare this to coughs and colds. That has taken us down the wrong route entirely. Let's compare the actions that we're taking at the moment to what they're doing in Sweden, for instance. I'm always banging on about the blooming Swedes, but they're just so perfect. Innit?
But we don't want to copy anyone. We've got to sort this ourselves. We
can't. We know already that the people that are running us have no ability in that regard. So let's look to other countries that are being run more efficiently.
No, we've got to have an efficient government, haven't we? And as far as
sadly,
I've never
stuck with this
anything online.
You've never bought anything online?
No.
I don't believe
And I don't know about Facebook and Twitter. I don't want to know all about that.
Right, well, my face space is just a total waste of time. You're well off out of it.
I see.
Believe me, there's nothing on there of any interest to anybody at all, apart from pussycat videos. And that's it.
Anyway, Nick, this locking up people and making people even more frightened. Yeah. We can't have this. We've just got to say, no, we're not doing it.
Well, there was this big march in Germany about a week or so ago, and they said in German, "Hell no, we won't not go," or words to that effect. Yeah, they were complaining vociferously. What's amazing to me is that we haven't complained at all. Like meek sheep, we've just done what we're told because we are good boys and girls. We are. It's just actually incredible how well we've taken all of this. But I think there will come a point when we think, oh, you know what? No. But I think that there is a bit of there's a non-aggressive fight back in that people are just, young people particularly, just ignoring it now. I mean, they've been living with it for months and months and months, and the sun's out and it's really warm, and they haven't seen their friends in a dog's age, and they probably haven't, done it for a while.
Disgusting.
And they just, time's ticking on. This is not a rehearsal for their life. This is their actual life. And so they're out there all getting hugger-mugger and swapping saliva. Ooh. That shut you up, didn't it? All right, excellent work. Thanks a lot, Jane. She's speechless. Still there, breathing heavily, but speechless. It's a dream come true. Let's have a call in Maidstone. Hello, Kevin.
Alexa, turn off. Good evening, Nick.
Yes, Kevin.
You're not Alexa, are you? Oh, it's come back on. Hang on.
Alexa,
Shut up.
buy thermonuclear devices on my shopping list.
Hang on, Nick. Alexa, turn off. Sorry, mate.
All right.
I'm just here to stick up for lorry drivers,
Yes.
aren't I?
Alexa, what time is it?
Can't hear you. I'm throwing her out the window.
Okay, go on.
Supply chains.
Supply chains.
3 months ago, for the last 3 months, lorry drivers have been perfect. Everyone loves a lorry driver because they were filling up the shops.
Yeah. Right.
Now, we're back to normal. Lorry drivers don't matter.
In what way?
I'll say back to normal as well as we can be.
Yeah. Well, no, not even close to being as well as we could be, but yeah.
But
more than we were. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Okay. What do you mean by people? They don't like lorry drivers no more.
Well, they keep shutting the roads at night. Highways England.
Do they?
Everywhere.
Where?
All the motorways are shut every night. M1, M25 both ways.
What?
Regular.
The M25. Well, it's circular. Both ways.
Yes. Last night was shut 8 to 7, and the other way 25 to 26. So if you was going to Dover, you couldn't circumnavigate the M25 without going down to the 406, around the 406, and then coming back out the 8.
Oh, no, you don't want to go down to 406. You should have taken the left on the 302. You would have saved at least 3 minutes.
I hope you're going to get inundated now with lorry drivers who are going to back me up. I wish it was a weeknight.
Well, what are they doing then?
No, nothing.
Oh, nothing. Okay, that sounds about right. Yeah, they're putting cones out and blocking lanes off.
That's the one.
Yeah, just for their own amusement.
And 2 blokes reading a magazine in the lorry, sitting there, and then at 4 o'clock in the morning when they've earned their money, go and pick all the cones up again.
You know, the bottom of the M25, I can't remember which, it's probably where you just said, between 7 and 8. The quality of the road down there is absolutely, it's the worst road I think I've ever driven on, because and if you haven't driven on it, it's hard to understand how bad it actually is.
If you're in an articulated vehicle, on air, your suspension's air, when you pass that section, you'll be seasick.
Because what they've done is, rather than lay tarmac flat on the road, they seem to have laid the road in concrete sections of about 6 feet long, but they don't they don't quite meet. And so every time your wheels go over, which is every 6 feet, it's exactly that. It's boom. And so at speed, you just got this this whine. This
Keeps you awake.
It keeps you
health and
awake.
safety.
Yes. It's hard
you
to
don't fall
describe the noise that, and you only really notice it when it stops. When you get on a proper piece of road, of which there is, the occasional stretch, it's like, oh, thank God that stopped. What blessed relief! It's the worst road I've ever driven on in my life.
The supply chain is ruined. No, like you made an example that 5 people are laid off in Preston, and they've got to go to here, and they've got to go.
Right, everything's connected.
You can't do it. AM deliveries are late because all the motorways are shut. The driver's got to go on a diversion because of his tachograph runs out of hours.
Right.
It's because there's not only that driver going on the diversion, it's 20,000 other drivers going on that diversion.
So when we leave the what's your lot expecting? Because you're the ones that are going to have to negotiate it, aren't you? I mean, is it going to be a lorry park or what?
Well, it's not so much. It's getting from A to B, but you can't because the closures.
Yeah. Well,
a lot of lorry drivers stay out all week.
Do they?
They stay in their lorry all week long.
Oh, can you imagine the smell?
Well, it's like it before they get in it.
Is it? Right.
And when they get out Friday, it's even worse.
I parked my car in an alleyway last night, and unfortunately I had to park it in the same place, but it's an alleyway where people relieve themselves.
Disgusting.
In the West End of London. It's absolutely rank, and it's so bad, it stinks so much that it seeped into the inside of my car. The inside of my car smells like a urinal.
So I come round the M25.
Not remotely interested in anything I'm talking about. Yeah, go on.
And then I pull into Classic Lane Services.
Yeah.
Now, I've got to have 9-hour break because it's the law. The law says I must have 9 hours off driving.
Yeah, well, that's good, though, isn't it?
That's very good, Nick, yeah. Now I've got to go to my bank and get £30 to pay to sleep there.
What?
You have to pay to sleep there in your lorry.
Do you?
Oh, yeah. And not for nothing, Cobham service, every service station in England charge a lorry driver a minimum £30 a night to sleep in their lorry. And if you're there more than 2 hours, you'll get a £150 fine from some contractor who owns the car park.
Right. Huh.
Disgusting. No one hears all this.
Well, they've heard it now.
Bloody lorry. In the way again.
Yes.
Sitting in the middle lane.
Exactly. Do you people have indicators? Why don't you use them?
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Yeah.
Because matey in his Morris Minor is in the inside lane doing 35 miles an hour.
Yes.
Going up the M1.
I know. Just barge them off the road.
Lorries are only in the middle lane.
Go on.
Because cars who shouldn't be on the motorway are on the motorway. If you force heavy traffic,
I'm not sure
the middle
about
lane.
that. I mean, the amount of times I've been... Wait a minute. The amount of times that I've been stuck behind a lorry that's trying to pass another lorry, both of which are doing the exact same speed,
Yeah,
you're never going to get past him.
M26. On a dual carriageway, agreed.
Yeah.
Totally agreed.
Right.
And
So...
every lorry driver worth his salt would agree with you as well.
Right. So, so just don't do it in future. Just be happy at the speed that you're. Just be happy at the speed you're going. All right. Thanks a lot, Kevin. 0345 6060 973. This says, I want to agree with that lorry driver. Well, you wouldn't get a word in edgeways, mate. You could try and agree all you like, Trish, but he'll yell over you. Trish says, I want to agree with that lorry driver. The M2 junction off the M25 had me at a standstill for an hour after a 14-hour shift. Oh, blimey. I bet you were thinking strongly about using your horn, Trish. This says, when furlough ends and working from home fanboys lose their jobs to India, we will hear the screams. Winter, no job and no future will see the UK revolt. In the meantime, the great COVID summer of doing nothing, we didn't actually put it like that, but I'll clean it up for you. The great COVID summer of doing nothing continues, says Toxic Cabby. That's a good point. There was this Dame What's-It who wrote a column in the Mail today. I don't know if it appeared in the physical paper, but it was online. And she said, essentially, that if you don't get back to work right now, then your work bosses will realise that they don't have to have you in the office anymore. You can work at home. But what that means is that they could get cheaper people to work in their homes in different countries. So that should play you. That should encourage you to get back out there. She had some interesting things to say. I'll talk about that later. 0345 6060 973. You can text if anybody knows about that M25. Why it is that they built the motorway that way? It is absolutely shocking. It looks like a tower block laying flat. This is exactly what it's like. It's 6 foot long blocks of concrete that have been laid down end to end, but that don't quite meet. So there's a gap every 6 foot. And at speed, it's just like that. It's just this insufferable noise that you just cannot get rid of. But when you slow down, as you often do on the M25, then it's ba-dum, 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 forever. Why have they built the road like that? Morons. We're surrounded by morons. This says, my lorry does 56 miles an hour. My neighbour's lorry does 55 miles an hour. It takes me half an hour to overtake him, says Chris in Oban. Well, that's just mathematically accurate. Unless it isn't, in which case, forget it. This says, Kevin the lorry driver, top bloke, agree with everything he says Niall, not a lorry driver, in brackets. And this, and Johnny in Bristol says, hey Nick, did you know that it's International Cat Day? International Cat Day. Oh, for crying out loud. Who says it's International Cat Day? Probably a cat. I mean, what are you supposed to do? Send it a card? Just open a newspaper and put it on a table and start reading it, and if you have a cat, it will come and sit on it. It will have never been so happy. That's all the present it requires. To interrupt you doing something. I wonder what goes through its mind. It sees you not paying attention to it, and then it thinks, have you seen me? Anyway, he says, I hope you've spent the day watching cute, fluffy cat videos. I always spend the day watching cute, fluffy cat videos. Camden, hello, Claire.
Hi, Nick.
Claire.
I still have this question since last week.
What question?
Those who wanted Brexit because they were saying the European Union was governed by unelected elites.
Yes.
Are they satisfied now that their leader supreme has dumped a whole lorry full of unelected legislators?
Yeah, you can't have this conversation with them because they're already screaming at the radio, you lost, get over it.
Yeah, but they won, so I want to know if they are satisfied.
Yeah, they will be satisfied, even if their choice has meant that they burst into flames, flip upside down and sink. They will still claim that they're completely satisfied with that result. They are digging their heels in and will not ever admit that they have been duped, which is the truth.
Yeah. Yeah, it's...
we are being run by an unelected bureaucrat, this Dominic Cummings fella, who is the evil puppet master behind the clown at the front, who's waving his arms around to try to distract us from the fact that that's actually what's happening.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
And we are being, and he and his elected band of miscreants is being overseen by an unelected upper house, which in turn is overseen by an unelected head of state. That's taken back. And, by the way, we're just doing whatever Donald Trump tells us to do.
Yeah.
Taking back control, my eye.
But thanks to the Cummings boy testing his eyesight, now Specsavers has turned overnight into the biggest car lender.
Yes, that's right, yeah. You want a car, go to Specsavers. That's right. Everybody does that.
Yeah, I need a car for the day, for example, or for 5 days.
Yeah.
And I go there and I say, my
You need an eye test. Yeah.
And they immediately say, would you like it to...
Would you like a saloon or a coupe eye test?
Would you like its color to match your spectacles frame?
Yeah, of course. That just makes sense.
Yeah.
It's almost as though, I mean, if you didn't know any better, you'd almost be encouraged to believe that Dominic Cummings is not a genius.
Yeah. Well, some people just don't need the encouragement to...
No, that's right, yeah. Some require no encouragement to come to that conclusion. Yeah, you're absolutely right. OK, well, I wish you all the best, Claire.
Thank
Cheers,
you.
my dear. 0345 6060 973. This says, evening, Nick. Like the German naturist chasing a wild boar to retrieve his laptop. I think his dignity was in that bag that wild boar went off with. Just like the German naturist chasing a wild boar to retrieve his laptop, Boris is chasing his tail. We've got no chance. Unbelievable, says Andy in Wrexham, full of COVID. Are you really? Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you make a swift recovery. Let's have a call in... been waiting the longest. One moment. London Colney. Hello, Mandy.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Good. This is a completely bonkers thing I'm going to say.
Right.
But that goes without saying on your programme. I want to know, since that explosion in Beirut, has anybody got COVID?
Has anybody in Beirut got got COVID?
Since that explosion? Or did that explosion kill COVID in Beirut?
Why on earth would you think that?
Well, because it was a nasty thing, wasn't it? It killed people
Yeah,
and injured 6,000 or whatever it was.
right.
It could have something in it that would kill COVID. And if that's the case, we can put it in 10 Downing Street and blow that up.
Okay.
You think I'm mad?
A little bit, yeah.
It's a thought. Has anybody contacted
Well, I will agree with you that it is a thought.
Look, be nice to me, because at midnight is my birthday, okay?
Your birthday! How old are you?
I'm not telling you that.
Right, 56. 63.
63? I'm sorry.
40. Well, if you're going to make me guess, then I'm going to guess wrong, aren't I?
I want to talk about this explosion.
Highly unlikely that I'm going to guess it right.
No,
You're 49. 50. 50.
I'm not going out.
You're
I'll tell you
50
that.
years old. Well, no, of course not. Not somebody of your advanced age.
No. I want to know if anyone's contracted COVID in Beirut.
Yeah, I'm amazed you're up this late, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, well, get the knitting out in a minute.
That's a ridiculous notion, and but you keep repeating. Of course it is. What's the one got to do with the other?
What, the knitting or the explosion?
The explosion.
Because it was a disgusting... I don't know what it was called. You said it the other day.
Yeah. Hydroxychloroquine.
That's it.
No, it wasn't.
I can't say it.
It wasn't that. It's way too soon to be making jokes about this.
No, it's not a joke. It could have happened.
Right. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. Leave it with me and I'll have a full report on your desk first thing in the morning. How does that sound?
In writing.
Okay, in writing, yeah, of course. How else? Photographs? Thanks, Mandy. 0345 6060 973. This says, I'm actually in tears right now. Let's nuke COVID-19. Well, that's not such a bad idea. It's pretty much the only thing that the government hasn't thought of right now.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
It is, in fact, an idea of stupefying ignorance.
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
Exactly. 0345 6060 973. Here's Shadwell. Hello, Francis. Let's see what this one's like.
Oh, hello.
Yes, sir.
Oh, well, it's just about the that M25.
Yes.
Because, yes, I've driven around it now and again. I know what you mean. And
terrible.
It's terrible. But if you get yourself a nice, smart car, expensive thing, it's not so bad. It's because I run a fairly cheap thing, and the soundproofing isn't very good, and it is torture.
It is torture, exactly right. And it just goes on and on and on. and it gets worse the slower you get. I mean, at least at speed, you can't tell you can't tell the individual noises. It all just becomes a whine. But if you slow down to maybe 30 mile an hour, it's ba-dum, 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 ba-dum.
Well, 30 miles an hour, do you ever go that fast on the M25?
Well, every now and again, in the dead of night, yeah.
Yes. What it is that it was built for reasons of economy, so it was made out of concrete blocks, which are probably hard wearing. They'll last to the end of time.
I've never seen a road built like that, though.
Yeah, apparently, I think the A2 down to Dover might have been done it, because I think it was really small years ago before they tarmacked over it.
Well, what kind of a third world country is this? We're building roads in the cheapest possible way, and not the way that actually benefits the people who are travelling on them.
Well, I think some of the original pre-war German autobahn were built like that.
Well, yeah, no doubt, pre-war.
Well, that's Britain, isn't it?
We're playing catch-up. Good grief.
But the idea is, though, that it's really hard wearing, and then it's a bit like railway tracks. So you have a lump, you have a gap between it, and then you put a lump of tar in.
Yeah.
So when it's hot, I think it shouldn't be so bad, except probably the tar bulges up. And when it's cold, the gap gets enormous. So,
huge.
You know, but it's supposed to last forever, I think. That's why they did it.
Oh, God. Well, if only that wasn't the case, and they could replace it with, a proper road.
Oh, you'll be lucky, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's just amazing. I mean, the infrastructure in this country is absolutely diabolical. Why on earth? I mean, it's probably the most important motorway in the whole country, and it's built to pre-war standards. Ridiculous. How can we not afford to build a proper road? For crying out loud.
Yeah, well, that's what you expect. The busiest road in the world, probably.
It probably is, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, good work. Thanks a lot, Francis. 0345 6060 973. I bet that's one of the first times that anybody's actually talked out loud on the radio about that road and the way it's constructed. It's abysmal. Abysmal. And they've spent money on there, all right. It's just hundreds of millions of pounds, no doubt, putting up all those gantries with cameras on the back that will flash at you if you do 1 mile an hour above the prescribed limit, which changes. It often changes as you're driving underneath it. What are you supposed to do with that? As you're driving underneath one of those gantries, it flashes up a sign that says, well, it used to be 70, but guess what? Surprise! Now we're telling you to go 50 miles an hour. For absolutely no reason whatsoever. Or if it's at 60, then it'll go down to 40. Why? And you drive along, and you drive along, and you drive along, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with the road at all. There's nobody walking about. There's horses are not present, wandering around the road. A sinkhole hasn't opened up. Nothing wrong with the road. I think they just do it to amuse themselves. Or perhaps to catch people out in order to make more money. Call in Plymouth from Mark. Mark.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
I don't know why I say how are you, because everybody here says that, and you just repeat the same thing. I know you talk about Jeff Bezos a lot, but...
well, it's all right. I mean, you're just being polite.
Be polite!
Or I'll kill you.
I know, I am. Do you know how much Jeff Bezos earns a second?
A second?
If you go on, have a guess.
A second? Well, okay, well, hang on a minute, let me work this out. Do you want me to work it out?
No.
No, you just want me to pluck a number out of the air, don't you? £1,000.
Well, no. Well, it's according to Business Insider, he makes, which is on the website, he makes approximately $2,489 a second.
A second?
A second. He earns it faster than I can say it.
Yes, that's right.
And he's 36% wealthier, according to Business Insider, 36% wealthier than the entire British monarchy.
Wow.
And this is after he's divorced. His ex-wife got 35 billion. There's one fact on here that makes me really cringe, though, and it is a bit worrying, really. And if you look at the website, you'll see it, and it is 0.8. And Bezos' net worth, you're going to love this, is greater than the GDP of Iceland, Luxembourg, and Cyprus combined.
No, you're kidding.
I'm dead serious.
Luxembourg. Luxembourg is just a bank. It's just one big bank, Luxembourg.
Luxembourg is 70 billion. Iceland GDP is 25.8 billion. Cyprus. So if you look on Business Insider, it's a good website. It's pretty.
Yeah, I do. I do look there every now and again.
Yeah,
so he's worth more than the Queen. Well, the difference between him and Her Majesty is that he doesn't get driven around in a golden chariot, surrounded by armed men on horseback with feathers in their hats. So, Jeff Bezos.
Well, I know. And one other fact for you: if American spends $1, it's the same as Jeff Bezos spending $1.2 million.
God.
So if you go and buy coffee for $3, he would spend. It's the same as him spending 3.6 million. It's nice to see that he's paying tax and his salary is 81,000. He pays himself 81,000 or 89.
Yeah, see, that's the big lie right there. Whenever stuff like this comes up, it's a politics of envy. That is, the rich, they pay income tax to a greater extent than everybody else. It's because we've been deluded into thinking that income is where the money is. It's not. It's not income. It's in assets. That's where the money is. Jeff Bezos is not about to become a trillionaire in 6 years' time. On his current trajectory, Jeff Bezos is going to become a trillionaire because his wealth is increasing at the rate of about 34% a year. Is your wealth increasing at the rate of 34% a year, Mark?
Not even 3.4.
Right, exactly. So a man who already has more money than any country could reasonably spend in their lifetime.
I bet you if you ask the question, if you get a phone in of how many people's salary has stayed the same or gone backwards in the last 10, 15 years, I bet you'd have quite a few people on the line.
Well, the fact is that since the 1970s, almost everybody's income in real terms has flatlined. Almost nobody has made a penny out of all of the wealth that has been created since the 1970s. Almost all of it has gone to the top 1%. And almost all of the amount that's gone to the top 1% has gone to the top 0.1%.
So it's not trickling down, is it?
Of course not. There's no such thing as trickle-down economic. You can wait with your shiny face upturned to wait for the cash to trickle down all over it until the end of time, and you won't get a penny.
I mean, it's like I read an article about the Aral Sea and how that was drained. The sea was diverted. Was a lake, really, isn't it? One of the largest lakes. It's a great, example of trickle-down economics not working, where literally they just depleted all the water because they used it for cotton.
What is wrong with that guy? I mean, how can you have that much money and still go out of your way to avoid paying tax? What is wrong with him?
I'd be embarrassed.
I would not be able to show my face in public. Yeah, but he does, and he just spends he spends his life on the world's most expensive hobby, which is leaving the world to go to another one. That's how much money he's got.
He'd rather spend all that money to go to, like you said, a world that's totally inhospitable.
Yeah.
For the vanity project, than say, actually, if I paid a fair share of my taxes and donated some of my personal wealth to good causes on planet Earth, I mean, that's what he should be proud about doing.
Yeah.
And yet, all he wants to do is go around in Cuban heels.
Yeah. He spends his money on leather glasses, and on leather jackets, sunglasses, and spaceships. Yeah.
And his jackets are too long.
Well, I don't
tailor doesn't want to. They are too long. His legs look stumpy in them. He should have a better tailor.
Well, I think that's just grasping at straws. His legs are stumpy. He's a trillionaire almost. All right, thanks a lot, Mark. 0345 6060 973. I mean, people have conspiracy theory nutcase ideas about Bill Gates. Oh, Bill Gates just wants to make a vaccine for COVID so he can... it's just incredible. How can people be allowed to walk around unsupervised that think this stuff? I mean, can you people tie your own shoes? They think that Bill Gates wants to make a vaccine for COVID so that he can insert microchips in you in order to make you, I've got no idea, more placid, follow his instructions. What, like a robot?
Correct.
What are you thinking of? the thing with Bill Gates is he quit his job to spend his life on giving away his money. Has Jeff Bezos done that? No, it's just a desperate, and it does seem desperate, this desperate urge that impels him to just acquire more and more and more. What kind of a person does that? If I was the richest person in the world, every single person that worked for me would never have to worry about money for the rest of their lives. And we know that that's not the case. And you start mentioning this stuff, and poor people will be on the phone ready to scream at me that this is the politics of envy, and how dare I even think about the concept of taxing these people because these are wealth creators, and all this garbage that they've been spoon-fed that they just blurt back out again without thinking about it. It's like the whole human race has been hypnotized.
It can only be attributable to human error.
Human error. There's a lot of it about. This says Jeff Bezos can be as rich as he wants. He's still going to die just like the rest of us. Well, I'm not so sure. I wouldn't be certain about that. He looks like he's been pickled, by the way. I mean, how old is he? He looks like a pickled walnut. No offence. This says, Nick, you are naughty. But like Dick Emery is messaging me now. Oh, you are naughty. I knew I was right about your age yesterday. Okay, I was 1 year out. So you, in other words, you were wrong then. Says, I hope you have a wonderful birthday. You surely deserve it. Nick, I love the lady who came on with the accent. She's one of my favourite callers. Says to Sophie. Well, which one? Everyone's got an accent. Which one in particular? I mean, I've got an accent. It's a bit difficult to pin down. I don't know what it is, actually. It's a mixture of all sorts. No idea. Because I grew up here, there and everywhere, baby. Swindon, it's not a Swindon accent. Chelmsford, it's not a Chelmsford accent. Edinburgh, it's definitely not an Edinburgh accent. And Uxbridge, I don't even know how people speak in Uxbridge. Well, of course, their MP speaks. We know exactly how he speaks.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Doesn't make much sense much of the time.
Contract.
This is about the refugees who are coming over here, and it goes as follows: God, we're easily distracted. They don't even have to really try anymore. The excess deaths, the hundreds of millions for kit that doesn't work, ripping up regulations to suit donors, the kleptocracy and nepotism. But look, a dinghy. And the whole country is just got their eyeballs out on stalks. We're going to send the army and the navy in. Push them back out to sea. Let them drown. Except they are trying to draw the wool over your eyes. There was this an analysis of the law as regards refugees that I also tweeted out today. It's a very long piece, but this notion that we can push them back to France is false. The notion that those intercepted in the Channel or detected after crossing the Channel could be forcibly returned to France without that country's consent is a non-starter, as is patrolling French territorial waters without the consent of France. The referendum result's not a mandate to take back control of a different country. But we're being encouraged to believe that, we're under attack. This wave of people coming over here going to eat your children. And you can push them back, and we can send the Navy out and blow them up or dissuade them by some other method. They're lying to you. They're just trying to distract you to get your mind off all of the excess deaths which has been caused by their staggering incompetence. And, by the way, the hundreds of millions of pounds that they appeared to be funneling to people that they used to work with, people who they currently work with, friends, mates, that sort of thing. It's like there's a coup going on. There really is. And all they have to do is just give us a lolly, just to, take our mind off it. This says in Bradford they have giant vacuums that suck up the litter. In Leeds they have robots. All manual jobs will be gone in 5 years, says Graham in Bradford. What? They're going to have giant vacuums and rubbish picking robots because of all the one-use PPE that we're chucking away. All those masks, they're going to end up somewhere in landfill, at the very best, or just, clogging up the countryside. And is there any indication that they actually work? Here's a piece about catching it on transport that I've been dragging around for, actually it's not that long, for 5 days. Catching coronavirus on public transport is far less likely than once feared, fresh data suggests. Trains, buses, planes were earmarked as potential COVID-19 hotspots by experts around the world at the start of the crisis. This is because COVID-19 thrives in indoor, enclosed spaces with little ventilation and densely packed crowds of people. But research suggests that if masks are worn and social distancing is adhered to, the chance of virus spreading on public transport is minimal. How can you maintain social distance on public transport? You can't. Studies looking into hundreds of COVID-19, not if we're all to get back to work, and and to get there we're using public transport. I mean, how else are you going to get there? If everybody gets in their car, then you're going to be stuck in a traffic jam from now until the end of time. The likelihood of catching the virus was found to be far higher when working in an office. Oh, God, don't tell us that. Eating at a restaurant. Oh, no, I booked a restaurant this week. Or drinking in a bar. Well, I plan to drink in one of those before and after the restaurant. Scientists say people tend to stay on trains and buses for relatively short periods of time and often don't talk to anyone. Well, that's absolutely right. Don't talk to anybody. They may talk back. This says, if it's true Jeff Bezos wants to visit space, do you reckon he'll squeeze himself into a large cardboard box and post himself into orbit? I would imagine delivery might be expected sometime between 8 and 6 the following day. Yeah, we tried to deliver it, but you were out. Let's have... Why do they do that, by the way? Why do they make the effort to come all the way up your drive and stand there writing a note and sticking it through your letterbox, but without actually determining whether you're in or not? The amount of times I've been in and they posted a letter saying, posted a little note saying, oh, well, we tried to... unfortunately, you were so stupid as to be out. When we called, we told you we were coming, and the operative went all the way up to your front door just in order to tell you that you're out. But if they just rung the bell, they would have been able to give me the thing that they... Oh, never mind. What's the point? Skipton. Hello, Brendan.
Hello.
An ecstasy of fumbling. Yes, Brendan.
Yeah, sorry, mate. Yeah, going back to your concrete roads,
yes,
which is what you're going on about. It's down to cost. Simple as that. Tarmac costs twice as much, 3 times as much, so they put concrete down.
Well, that's just embarrassing.
Yep. Unfortunately, that's the country that we live in. Very embarrassing.
Yes, that's right. We live in an embarrassing country. Yeah,
we do. Yeah, we do.
I mean, it's like a third world country.
Well, I wouldn't go as far as third world, but we are a bit dumb. You know what I mean? We let these governments do what they do to us, and yet we still carry on.
But the M25, there can't be a more vital route in the whole country than the M25. It's the one that encircles London. It allows London to function. And as London is where most of the money gets made, you'd think that they'd spend a bit of money on London's most important road, but they've done it on the cheap.
Yep, they've done it on the cheap, and I wouldn't say I regularly go on the M25. I try and avoid London as much as I can, but being a trucker, I ain't got much choice really on where I'm sent. But yeah, when you get down to the south of London, the M25,
yes,
it is bang, bang, bang,
shocking.
Bang, bang, bang. Yeah,
it is.
The M180, I think, towards Grimsby, the same.
Really?
You know, yeah. There's quite a few roads out there that have got concrete rather than tarmac, which is a lot smoother, a lot safer. Concrete is just naughty. It's bad road. You know,
it makes so much noise. Can you imagine what it must be like living near that road?
Well, in Leeds, part of the new A1M or M1 was resurfaced with tarmac because the local residents complained in mass droves about the noise.
Right.
And I've actually slept in a lay-by next to a concrete road. I got no sleep that night.
Well, it's absolutely insufferable, I would imagine.
Because bang, bang, bang all night long.
Yeah. Staggering.
So,
I mean, this is supposed to be the 5th richest country in the world. We can't even afford to make roads.
Nope. You know, I'm an ex-tipper driver, and you know, I've done the tarmac to lots of roads, and tarmac is a better option. They can put plastic in it, glass, to increase grip.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, they've come up with this new stuff that you see every now and again. And, oh, what blissful relief it is to drive on the new stuff. That really dark tarmac that's got... it's a very rough surface. It's not a smooth surface. It's got holes in it. It's like big stones all mixed in.
Hot roll.
Eh?
It's called hot roll. It's made with sand and tarmac and big stones.
Right.
Basically, they lay the tarmac first, and then they come along with the stone, which is like big stone. It gives a lot better stuff.
Oh, and it's so quiet when you drive on it. It's like driving on a cloud.
What's the word? Sorry.
What is the word?
I've had a beer.
He's had a beer. Booze. Exactly.
I'm a tramper. Right, I work from... I'm going to have to go and get in the wagon tomorrow night, 'cause I've got to start at 6 a.m. on Monday morning.
Yeah.
Right, so for me, because I live 20 miles away from my wagon, for me, I'd have to get up at 4 a.m.
Ooh.
And then get in the wagon at 6 and start working possibly a 15-hour day.
Oh. What's a tramper?
So, a tramper is out all week.
Eh?
Like the guy who was saying earlier on, you know, my wagon actually probably smells better than your car when you park in that alleyway.
Yes. How can a smell from an alleyway permeate the inside of a car? I mean, I was sitting in the car thinking... I actually looked around to check that somebody hadn't broken in, like a tramp wasn't sleeping in the back seat. It hummed in there.
Yeah, well, you want to park in laybys overnight. Or even, like, as the guy said earlier, truck stops, where they charge you £30 a night to sleep in a urine-infested place. You know, that's all you can smell all night long. It absolutely burns your nostrils out. Some places are seriously bad.
Right.
Some places are seriously bad. You know, people... and also, if I can say, you know, this 55 mile an hour, 56 mile an hour, you know, when you're stuck behind a wagon on a dual carriageway and it's overtaking another wagon and you are stuck there, you're thinking, what are you doing?
Yes.
Well, hang on a minute. Whenever a wagon's passing me, I will always back off cruise control and I will just let the wagon get past me, just to try and help.
Right.
You know, to help you fellow motorists out.
Well, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Good work. Thanks a lot, Brendan. 0345 6060 973. This says, Nick, if Dick Emery is messaging you, that's an altogether different show. He died in 1983. This says, in Bradford, they have... Oh, no, I read that. This says... read that. This one. Is Trump trying to fix the postal election by appointing Louis DeJoy in June this year? That's the fellow that he put in charge of the United States Postal Service, who slowed down the whole United States Postal Service. This Louis DeJoy. It also seemed, in order to prevent people from postal voting, which seems an odd thing to do. I mean, I know that the Republicans are very specifically addressing postal voting in areas in which they might lose, and they're all for postal voting in areas that they will win. But you'd think that Republicans would be older than Democrats, which implies that they might be more keen on postal voting. So that whole idea of Trump's to denigrate postal voting, it's going to be millions of fake votes and all this stuff that he's just completely making up is utterly untrue. You think that it might actually come round to shoot him in the foot? God, wouldn't that be great? He says, it also seems that along with Attorney General Barr, that Trump is fixing everything. That must have been some meeting that Trump had with Putin, where no staff were allowed to document it. How to be a dictator might have been top of the agenda, says Mal in Belfast. Yeah, it's incredible, actually, what's happened in America. They have staged a coup. Not they, he. Donald Trump staged a coup, took over the world's most powerful and rich political party almost instantaneously. They rolled over and allowed him to just completely take over. And then he did it to, then subsequently did it to America as well. And he ain't going nowhere in November, I bet you. It doesn't matter what the result of the election is. He's going to cling on in there regardless. He'll bring up a state of emergency. He'll probably declare a war. It's the only thing he hasn't tried yet.
I'll bring us into war.
No doubt. Your Donny might be busy for another 4 years yet, Melania.
I don't care.
Not remotely bothered. Let's have a call in Munster near Hereford. Richard.
Yeah, it's Leominster, actually, or Leominster, you might sort of say.
Okay, then.
Yeah. I was listening to your programme earlier, and there was, drivers talking about the road noise and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
And, okay, they're done in blocks, and of course to allow for expansion and God knows what else. That's why there's a little gap. But
Terrible.
If they want to use all that at low cost and everything else, all they need to do is to lay them down in a diamond shape, and that way you wouldn't hit the crossbar bits every so often. It'll be a diagonal one. It'd be no more expensive, and obviously it would help everyone.
Oh my God, you're a genius.
Well, I am an inventor, but there we go.
What have you invented?
Yeah. Oh God, I invented a pet door that would never ever blow open. That was years ago on a program called Tomorrow's World.
A pet door that would never blow open.
It would never blow open, and it could only blow shut. It was all to do with differential surface area.
Oh,
so
yeah,
that's
my favourite kind of surface area.
Well, you might have heard of a butterfly.
Yes, I've heard of butterflies.
Yeah, well, a butterfly valve in a carburetor in a car or something.
I've got no idea what you're talking about. I've heard of cars. Okay, I could identify one of those, but what it is you just said apart from that, no idea.
Yeah, and of course I had a giant version made by a company and put into the Royal Berkshire Hospital in Reading.
What, a pet flap?
Yeah, a giant one for human beings. And it was in for 5.5 years. It never blew open.
A cat flap for human beings?
Yes, basically.
What do they want one of them for?
Well, the point is that the only door that doesn't blow open normally is a revolving door.
Yes.
Okay, now if you can imagine a 2-leaf revolving door, it wouldn't blow shut, but, it would be like that. But if you made one side on the outside slightly bigger, there would be more wind pressure blowing it that way. And if you made the large side on the other side, inside, on the right-hand side instead of the left, any wind inside blowing out would also blow it shut and not open.
Wow, you totally lost me. But it works, does it?
Oh, yeah. Well, it was in 5.5 years.
But why did they have a cat flap for human beings?
No, it was... they used to have these rubber flap doors, rubber doors, and they took those out and put my system in.
Right.
And, people disable... I wanted to show it opening with a tip cigarette, pushing it open, but a fire door and a hospital and a cigarette didn't go together, so... It was just shown with people on crutches and God knows what else just going through because you pushed it from either side.
Right, so did you make money out of this?
No, I was ripped off, to be honest, by a banking system.
Oh, a banking system?
No!
Yes.
Well, there was a bank that did one small step, £50,000 prize for people starting off with ideas or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was leading this whole thing in the south of England for nearly 3 months. And then the person behind me was Bournemouth University, and the ones behind that were OVO Energy. And I was leading it until the last 3 or 4 days, and then suddenly all the votes went to OVO Energy. And the £50,000 was supposed to be given to you, and then you'd be advised by the bank how to spend it and do the business.
Yeah, comics and sweets in my case.
That's right. And the whole point was, finally, the OVO Energy, they used the money and gave it away. They didn't need it. And, yeah, it was nasty.
To those that have, more. To those that have not, less.
Exactly. Yeah. And the point is, I didn't go too much upsetting because I'd already started borrowing more money because I thought I was going to win it.
Oh, and that's a big mistake.
Business.
Big mistake.
It was,
right.
Yeah.
All right, well, I wish you all the best. Keep inventing, Richard, and don't let the door hit you on the way out. All right, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. This says, I found solutions. To what? Well, read on. Stupid. You might find out. I found solutions, says Richard. 1, just stand around a barber's desk without an appointment getting in the way, and they'll soon put you in the haircut chair. Oh, right. This is right back to the beginning of the show. 2, just stop buying rubbish off the web and tell Steve Allen to stop pushing it too. The man's a menace. Says, I've got no idea what any of that's about. This says, is it me, or is the only thing in the news every time we have a day over about 28 degrees, the same old photos of Bournemouth Beach? If you go down to the internet today, you're in for no surprise of any kind whatsoever, because it's absolutely stuffed with people, with pictures of people on the beach. The Daily Mail website, I'd be amazed if there's room for anything else. There's thousands of them on there. Look up the story of the weather today, and it's just picture after picture after picture after picture, hundreds of them, mostly of like long shots of Bournemouth Beach to make it look like there's about 1 million people on there. I'm sure it was packed, but they do make it look as though it was a little bit more packed than it actually was. But I restate my case. Why on earth would anybody want to go to the beach on a day where it's about 100 degrees? What are you going to do there? You can't go in the water because, you know, things live in there.
Disgusting.
And then you just lie on the beach, and then what? I don't get it. I genuinely don't get that that's what people want to do when it's baking hot out. This says, yet more fake news from Abbott. There's good reason to be optimistic about a vaccine. No, there isn't. There is no good reason to be optimistic about a vaccine other than people just think we're going to be delivered from this. As though by magic. There's no good reason to be optimistic about a vaccine. I mean, you can hope for one, but don't expect one. Experts are saying that we may never find one, that we're going to have to live with this forever. Anyway, it says, no good reason to be optimistic about a vaccine, and children seem to be readily infected by COVID and to spread it as well as adults do. Please get your facts straight, says John. Well, I never said anything contrary to that. Children do seem to be readily infected by COVID, but the difference is they're not generally affected by it. This says, on hearing his latest Don't Kill Granny phrase, was anybody else reminded of the public information film to help us understand decimalisation in 1971 called Granny Gets the Point? Leave the oldies alone, says Frank in Chingford. I don't remember that. I mean, I remember decimalisation and how tremendously exciting it was when those new coins came in, and you got the coins pressed into that piece of cardboard, as a keepsafe. I preferred the old coins myself. The old threepenny bits and the sixpence, my favourite. Of course, the old penny was ridiculous. It's about the size of God, what do they call them? A manhole cover. The penny, the old penny, was about the size of a manhole cover. It was huge. And you tell that to the kids today, and they won't believe you. You don't know you're born, kids. What with your newfangled credit cards. Peterborough, hello, Jamie.
Hi, Nick, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, I've phoned, I've been really good and phoned in again.
Good man.
It's about the
the boats that are coming in from abroad.
Oh, yeah.
And there was a story today I read with the children.
What children?
On the boat.
Oh, the children on the boat.
Children all put on a boat.
Yes.
And sent abroad. And
you mean
how sad is that?
From there to here?
Yeah.
Yes.
What have these people been through? And to put your child on a boat.
I know.
And then push them away.
What's extraordinary is that they have been... because they don't know what it's going to be like here till they get here. All they're told is by men with evil intent, give us $1,000 or whatever it might be, and we'll take you to the promised land. They don't know what it's going to be like when they get here. They're expecting something better than it was where they were before. But they've been lied to. It's misinformation that's bringing them here.
But why, when we see stuff on, they keep coming over here, coming here, but when you see a dinghy full of boats with children on.
Yeah. And many people's reactions to that is that we are under invasion, push them back out to sea, let them all drown.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
It's just a distraction, people. The government is failing you on many different counts. They're funneling money to their friends, their colleagues, the people they work with, the people who run a business in which they have interests. Hundreds of billions of pounds is just vanishing into thin air. They're spending hundreds of millions of pounds of your money on equipment that doesn't work. They're spending it. They're handing out contracts without going through any competition. They're not putting it out for tender. They're just giving hundreds of millions of pounds of your money to companies that have no history of doing what it is they're being contracted to do, and they are subsequently failing. And but we're not paying any attention to any of that because look, there's a dinghy.
What would their life be? Who can imagine what life would be to put your child in
I
a
know.
boat?
Can you imagine what it is that they've had to go through to get to that point? Exactly.
And then send them across pitch black in the night time.
Right.
And then send a child.
Yeah, one of the most dangerous stretches of water on Earth, and they're trying to negotiate that in a rubber ring, essentially. Yeah. This says Jeff's next plan, as in Jeff Bezos. Jeff's next plan will be to pay his 850,000 employees with credits that they can only spend with Amazon. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. He'll ban them taking their car to work and insist that they seal themselves up in an Amazon box and post themselves there at their own cost. This says the lady might be right about Granny's rather being dead. That was way back to the very, very first call, I think, on this show. Not ever, but tonight. The lady may be right about Granny's rather being dead. It's not for you or me to say. Personally, I've never heard of anyone who died actually complain about it, says Steve in Australia. There's 2 Australian ones back to back. But that is a good point. Nobody who ever died complained about it afterwards. So, maybe it's not that bad. Here is Bethnal Green, Sibaya.
How you doing, Nick?
Good, thanks.
How you doing? Yeah. So basically, I'm a first-time caller.
Yes.
So, I've been listening to the show for like about a couple of months now.
Right.
I agree with something you say. I'm going to lie. I don't agree with a few things.
Mm-hmm.
What I want you to talk to you about today was, what's your position on like people going to the beach, like Bournemouth Beach, and not social distancing? Because I'm of the opinion that, you know what, if you go to the beach, you know what you're doing. The people at the beach, they know what they're doing. Where everyone's jolly, everyone's having a good time. I just been back from Bournemouth on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And if you're not going to go to the beach, fair enough, just stay at home and you're keeping yourself away. So I don't understand why there's such a path. What's your opinion on that then?
Well, it depends what you mean. I mean, strangers are socially distancing. I mean, nobody gets up close with somebody they didn't go to the beach with, do they? So you're apart from other people.
Okay.
So, and the people that you go to the beach with, presumably you'll be hanging out with them anyway. So what's the deal?
Exactly. What's the deal? That's exactly what I'm saying. What's the deal? So, and obviously the people that are going to the beach, they're fully aware that it's going to be packed because obviously it's everywhere. It's all over the news, isn't it? So
Yeah.
So I don't think there is really such a problem. So,
But what do you want to go to the beach in the first place for? I mean, what do you do when you get there?
You go there. You know what we done? We dug a massive hole and we built a sandcastle. That's what we done. It took us about good 3-4 hours, but we had a blast. We had a blast.
You had what, construction?
Yeah, no, we built. We took spades, we took shovels, and we dug a massive hole. There was 8 of us. You know.
Well, you could have earned £8 an hour doing that on a building site.
Yeah, but but you're not gonna get the much of fun as you're gonna get doing it on the beach, though, are you?
Didn't you find it baking hot in the heat?
Do you know what it was? We went there for Lulworth Cove, and when we got to Lulworth Cove car park, it was so full, we just thought, you know what, let's just turn around and go to Bournemouth Beach.
Yeah.
That's what we done.
But there's no shade there. I mean, it's just, it must be blistering hot on Bournemouth Beach.
Yeah, of course it is. It is blistering hot. But we took an umbrella with us, so we was fine.
Right. I mean, how about this? As a wild, crazy idea. How about forget the beach and you won't get sand in your area and just hang out at a bar instead in the shade? Nice.
It's true, but when are you going to build a sandcastle? Have you ever built a sandcastle, Nick?
Well, not since I was about 3.
Exactly. So that's where you're going wrong, I think. That's where you're going. I think what you need to do this weekend, put your flip-flops on, off you pop to Bournemouth Beach, start building the biggest sandcastle. You know what happened? We had about 10, 15 other people, just random people just joining us. There was no social distancing at all.
Right, well, that's terrible then.
Exactly. I don't think so. These people fully gave consent. They came. They knew. We was not wearing no face mask.
Okay, all right.
They was happy. We was happy. It was a jolly time.
So you were all hugger-mugger and they were all consenting adults. I get it. Consenting adults mucking about in the sand.
Disgusting.
Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Don't make no sense to me. Sandcastles. Flip-flops. I'm not Australian. Kevin in Walthamstow says, my mum isn't well, but she loves you. Hello, Mum. Makes her feel better. Thank you. No, thank you.
Thank you.
He says, the best jingle is Boris track and testing. Well, if only I'd brought that one with me.
Contact testing, tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
My favourite is Donald Trump trying to explain how tremendous it was that he passed this test that any 5-year-old could have aced. I know I played it a few... Shall I play it again? There's a long version and the short version. Which do you want? Which do you want? The long version or the short version?
Sorry, hold the line one moment.
Yes, hold the line one moment. We're very, very busy here. This says, I went to the beach today to be faced with the amount of people not social distancing from each other. I was trying to avoid all of them, but there were so many of them. I can see we will go back into lockdown. The economy will suffer again like a sinking ship. We're all going down. It's madness. If at some point we're going to stop this in-out business, for the benefit of the economy, because the economy cannot run like this. Everything is connected. No business is an island. It's all connected. And if you're running a restaurant and if you can't get your meat delivery that day because it comes from an area that's been locked down, what are you going to serve? Vegetables? Of course not.
Boring.
Well, vegetables are all right. Everything in moderation. Or the linen company didn't do any delivery that day. So people have got to wipe their mouths on the back of their hands. Awful. It's all connected. So we can't keep doing this in-out stuff. Not forever. Assuming that there is no virus. And there is no indication that there will be. Stop putting all of your hopes and dreams in this magically going away. And so at some point we're going to have to say, you know what, forget it. We're just going to have to get on with life and admit that death is a part of life. We're acting as though death has only just been invented. And if at some point we're going to do that, well, what's going to be the thing that propels us to that decision? The ruination of the economy? Well, that's happened already. hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people losing their jobs. That's happened too. So what's going to make us make that decision? And if at some point in the future, why not now? There's quite a few there's about 3 columns that really took my eye today, and one of them was from Dame who wrote in the Mail about people who should get back in the blooming office. And Jonathan Friedland in The Guardian was writing about Tory sleaze, and he was completely correct in every respect. And there was, I think there was one more too. It was a really good day for the newspapers who are coming up and doing excellent work. So I'll maybe try and give you a taste of some of those after the new news.
Something wrong with this guy.
Donald Trump. Yeah, if just vote for me, I'm going to give you free money. I'm going to come and give you a personal back rub, and I'll plump your cushions. Nobody plumps cushions better than me. But the fake news, they won't tell you that. They don't tell you this. I'm the greatest cushion plumper in the world. He's pulling out all the stops, isn't he? Free money he's giving away now. Oh, my God. He ain't going nowhere, is he? It's a coup. Coup. 0345 6060 973. This says, have you watched any of David Icke's recent videos? No. He says, there are so many things that seem puzzling about this pandemic, but David seems to provide some convincing explanations. Oh, my God. I think we just smile. Don't make any sudden moves. Just back slowly out of the room. I am still slightly sceptical about some of his ideas, but I suggest that you keep an open mind and investigate. Cheers, says Mark. Yeah, okay. And in answer, I hope that's clear. Kevin in Walthamstow says, oh no, I read that. It's about his mum. Hello, mum. This is the bumpy bits. This is on the road of the surface of the M25. The bumpy bits at boring parts are designed to keep you awake and prevent you from nodding off. I'm not sure if it's true, but I told my elderly mum recently and she bought it, says Steve in Windsor. They have to do something about the M25. That, down at the bottom there, the way they've constructed that road is just terrible. And so a genius came on this station just a few minutes ago and said all they've got to do is put it in a diamond fashion, not lines at which are perpendicular to the road surface. So you all 4 wheels, or 3 if you're one of those cars, or 16 if you're in a lorry. They just hit these gaps, and there's about an inch between these concrete slabs. And even if it wasn't for the gaps, it would still be interminable, the racket that road makes. Because most of the noise of a road isn't the engines of a car, it's the sound of the tyres on the surface. And no surface sounds worse than what they've put on the M25 at the bottom. You know, like we're in a third world country. We can't even afford to build a blooming road properly. God, it's embarrassing. Anyway, this is a column that I was talking about by Dame Helena Watsit. She's a financier. She says, this is in the Mail. The city is the premier financial centre in the world and a key engine of our economy, and that machine is barely functioning today. Correctamundo, your dameship. Just a third of the British workforce are back at their desks last week, compared with 83% of those in France and 76% of those in Italy. Blimey. A third of us and 83% of those in France back at their desks. She says many, I accept, will have been working productively from home, but the abandonment of the traditional workplace is causing real damage, particularly to the huge sector, often small independent businesses, that is dependent on thriving office life, including, but not limited to, cafes, sandwich shops, bars, newsagents and taxi drivers. It's estimated that at least 135,000 jobs have already disappeared, and this figure is likely to be dwarfed in the autumn when the government employment protection schemes are due to end. So far, the Treasury has poured more than £30 billion into its furlough initiative, protecting more than 9 million employees, as well as another £50 billion into business loans and £8 billion into grants for the self-employed. All of which amounts to trickle-down economics, which doesn't exist. Only trickles up money. Further support at this level is unaffordable, says her dameship. Lavishing yet more taxpayers' funds on massive subsidies will only entrench the artificial semi-comatose nature of the economy. Correct. What we need is to begin a real return to normality, she says. Ministers and scientists must drop the fearful messaging of late and open up commerce with vigour and determination. They must make it clear that the only alternative to economic catastrophe is getting back to work now. For that to happen, our society needs to develop a sense of too much bleeping perspective. Develop a sense of perspective about the coronavirus and to take some responsibility for ourselves. Yes, it's a brutal disease and every COVID-19 death is a cause of personal grief, but it's a folly to pretend the virus is an apocalyptic threat as some of the scaremongering has implied. On Thursday this week, there was just 337 coronavirus patients in UK hospitals, compared with 17,000 at the peak in April. 63 were in mechanical ventilation beds, compared with more than 3,000 at the peak. There were 8 deaths reported on Thursday, the lowest number for that day of the week since lockdown began. Meanwhile, the institutional obsession with COVID is all-consuming. Its authoritarianism extends into every aspect of life. We can't go on like this. We're allowing this disease to dominate us in a bullying, destructive manner out of all proportion to its real health impact. Correct amundo. Most Brits are not at any risk of serious illness at all. The mortality rate is believed to be less than 0.5% and much lower for those under 70 and those without underlying health issues. In an economy where consumer services make up 4/5 of activity, offices are vital not just for the livelihoods of millions, often the poorest in society, but also for growth. There is also a powerful element of social justice about this duty. Huge numbers of essential workers, from supermarket delivery crews to healthcare professionals, are unable to work from home, but have carried on heroically. Well, heroically might be stretching it a bit, but they've carried on. And for many young people in shared, cramped city accommodation, home working is miserable. Why should the right of these two groups to a decent living be denied by those who have the privilege of choice? But that's what will occur if the Great Office stay away continues. There's a further danger too, of which many seem heedless. Those who have shown they can work efficiently from home are also demonstrating to employers that the job can be done from abroad, where labour costs are cheaper. As the economy ossifies, we will all end up losers. Without any return to normality in the autumn, the government will face a stark, unpalatable choice, either mass unemployment or the horrendous cost of extended furlough. That's why ministers across government need to make it consistently clear that we must and can learn to live with this virus, that we cannot put our lives on perpetual hold. And, that's true. It's true that we must get back to our places of work to save what's left of the economy. You know, if we transform the economy to home working gradually, as we might have done over, say, 10 years or more, then the infrastructure would have had time to evolve. But this is like a forest flooding and all the animals drowning. If there'd been a gradual water ingress over many years, then the wildlife could have moved on or developed coping skills. But at this rate, we're all going to drown. But it also means that we're going to have to get back to shopping and eating and drinking like we used to, because that's just as important as office work. I don't know whether that's actually statistically true, but I'll just make it up. It's as important as office work. If you say it out loud, it becomes a fact. Because if we don't get back to eating and drinking and shopping like we used to, then all of those eating, drinking and shopping places, they're going to close down. They're going to drown too. Abandoned ship, we're all going down. 0345 6060 973. This says, hi Nick, Venus was visible from about 3 a.m. just in front of the sun. It's called the morning star. Cheers, says Pete. No, it was way... I know what Venus looks like in the sky, and it was way, way bigger and brighter than that. Aliens from space, I expect. Let's have Clapham. Hello, Claire.
Hello.
Hello.
Hiya.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
I just wanted to say...
Yes, Claire.
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
That chap that was on before, who was talking about building sandcastles.
Yes.
Well, I think he may need sectioning. The thing is...
That's a bit strong, isn't it?
Well...
He was just having a bit of fun.
Yeah, the thing is, this virus is serious, okay? I think we had 46,000 people die.
Yeah.
And there's thousands on the beach, close to each other.
I don't know. Are they? Are they really that close to each other?
God.
I mean, the people that go to the beach aren't going to get close to people they haven't gone to the beach with, are they?
Well, if you look at the pictures in the newspapers, they're kind of right on top of each other.
Well, they do take those pictures from a low angle so that it seems that it's much more packed than it actually is. I mean, you've been to the beach, right? I've been to the beach. And you don't sit next to somebody so that you can touch them. You don't sit anywhere near them. You sit as far apart as possible, don't you?
No, exactly. But looking at them pictures, I think people should think a bit, especially taking kids with them, and think, I think they've got to be a bit more careful because the statistics are going to go up again.
Of course they will.
In the end, we're never going to get rid of this. They should stop all the marches. They should get Boris to resign because he's absolutely...
Well, that's a separate issue, but yes, that's right.
Yeah. Wait.
Off you go, Boris.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
The results are in.
I don't think he's got a clue.
Not a clue.
We've got these people coming over on the boats. They're getting hotel rooms.
Yeah.
And yet we've got our own
hotel rooms. We're giving them Rolls Royces, a Harrods credit card.
Hotel rooms,
of
course. You've got to be fair. £900 a month for hotel rooms from now. Poor people are homeless.
Okay, this is peanuts. You're being distracted. Don't concentrate on those people. That's as nothing. We've got bigger fish to fry. Let's not get distracted from the real issue, which is the catastrophic failure of this government to deal with this issue.
Yeah, they're useless. Absolutely useless.
Right.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, cheers, Claire. 0345 6060 973. I restate my case. Why in God's name would anybody want to go to the beach when it's 100 degrees out? There's no shade there. I mean, about a couple of times a year, I do like to go down to Brighton or Folkestone. I've never actually been to Bournemouth because it costs too much to get there on a train. I don't really know why. What is the justification for it costing £100 return for two people to go to Bournemouth? Why? Why does it cost that much? That's absolutely stupid. It shouldn't cost £100 return to go to anywhere in this country on the train, for crying out loud. But Bournemouth is just over there. I could practically spit that far. Bournemouth is so near. But anyway, yeah, some of those are places on the south coast, a couple of times a year, why not? But I sit in the shade of a pier with a six-pack and you just watch the brown waves lapping at the shore.
Disgusting.
Oh. But, it's a nice day out, that's all. But I prefer, actually, to go to beaches that are shingle, pebble beaches. So, I do not divest myself of my clothing because that would be, You don't take your clothes off. You keep your clothes on. So sand is an impediment to your enjoyment. Shingle, much better. I just can't imagine what people do in the baking hot heat, but they do. They just prostrate themselves in front under the sun, as though that is a good thing for any. I mean, look at even dogs, as stupid as they are, don't lie in the sun, for crying out loud. Anyway, I'm sure it's a very, very pleasant day out for all. Fun for all the family. This message says, we can sleep safely in our beds now. The Royal Navy will protect our shores from invasion by rubber dinghies. Perhaps we could deploy our latest missiles, and if they need be, a nuclear torpedo should do the trick. Yeah. It's another wild overreaction to cover up the government's wild overreaction to this thing that is ailing us. Anything that happens at this point is, my first thought will be, they're just trying to distract us. It's no big deal. It's peanuts. They're giving away billions of pounds of your money to international corporations. but they want you to concentrate on 3 people washing up on shore on a lilo. This says, apropos of nothing, you're talking about, you're a big Bowie fan. I was watching old videos of him tonight, and is it true he had different coloured eyes because he was punched in the head? Well, I hadn't heard that. Somebody punched David Bowie, and I want the name of the person that punched David Bowie in the head. Jersey. Hello, Michael.
Oh, hello, Rick. Yeah, just to talk about music in the time of crisis, basically.
Yes.
Back in the old years, Thatcher, we had Ghost Town and Clash songs.
Mm-hmm.
And then going way back, we had Vera Lynn.
Wow, and nothing in between. That was a pretty big leap you just made there, from White Riots to the White Cliffs of Dover. I suppose they both got white in them.
And also the Flower Power in the...
Flower Power? Yeah.
In the 1960s with the Vietnam War. But we don't really have a sort of like an anthem of some sort at the moment. There's a bit of a paucity of
correct
musical creation. I thought this would inspire some communal anthem.
Yeah.
But nothing's happened.
No. Well, there is no community anymore.
Yowza.
No communes, no community. I think that you may be looking in the wrong place. There's now I'm no expert on this, but or on this or anything else for that matter. But I think if you listen to hippity hop music, then that may be where the political discourse on amongst the young music types is going on, because it's not going on.
Music.
Huh?
Like drill music.
I don't know nothing about drill music. No, I wouldn't. From my scant knowledge of that, I wouldn't look there. No, I think hip hop. No, isn't that where people are writing, modern poetry about their current predicament?
Yeah, I thought it was more 10 years, 20 years old, isn't it? Hip hop.
Well, it's current, surely.
I think it's now more something called drill and.
Well, I know there is that, but surely people are still making hippity hip hop music.
Oh, MC Hammer is now a priest. I think he's gone.
I wouldn't look for MC Hammer for the solution to society's ills.
No.
But he does know what time it is. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060. And it is hammer time, by the way, in case you were wondering. It is at the third stroke. It will be hammer time. Precisely. This says, since mid-April, about 90% of doorway dwellers have been housed. This is remarkable. Whether this will continue after Rishi Sunak's October cut-off point is unknown, says Pete. Really? Where's the evidence for that? 90% of doorway dwellers? Well, you mean people without homes, the homeless? 90% of the homeless have been housed? Says who? I doubt that that's true. It's tent city out there. Like I said, they are, where I park my car, the stench, I mean, it does really need to rain to clean London just a little bit. The smell, it permeated the inside of my car. I sat in my car last night and I thought, God, what is that smell? I checked the undersole of my shoes to make sure I hadn't dragged something in there with me, but nothing on there. It was just that the stink of urine in that alleyway had just made its way into the inside of my sealed car. It must be so concentrated on that. I'm surprised that the tyres didn't melt. Anyway, it's a call in East Yorkshire. Mike.
Hi, Nick. Totally agree with your thoughts on beaches. Why do you want to get sand everywhere?
Mystifying.
In your sandwiches, in your intimate parts.
Yeah, in your area.
Disgusting. Absolutely. But no, the other thing I was thinking was the government, you'll be aware, have put forward plans to change planning arrangements to make planning easier.
Yes.
So the rich boys can get even richer.
Yeah, coincidentally, much of the money that has come into the Conservative Party has come from construction firms. Yeah, isn't that... that's just a coincidence, by the way.
Absolutely, developers. It's amazing. But did you notice that they managed to acquire a 27-acre site near Ashford for the Farage garage, and the bulldozers have moved in to concrete it? And they managed to do this. The council had no say in it. The local people had no say in it. Damien Green is the local MP, and he fought it for 2 months and then said, all of a sudden, we have to make sacrifices for the national benefit.
Yeah, sure. I thought it was going to be sunny uplands. I thought it was going to be great after Brexit, and now they're telling us it's sorry about that. Yeah, that bus, we were lying about that. What bus, they'll say? I didn't see any bus. Even people who were sitting on the bus denied the existence of that bus. All of those promises that they persuaded you with, and it was really easy, by the way, really easy to persuade you with all these lies and stories that they made up. It was a piece of cake. You just swallowed the lot of it. And do not be surprised if none of it comes true.
And absolutely. And then Mr. Grove said, oh, no, it's not Lorry Park. It's what was it? An intervention to facilitate channel crossing, and
yes,
and the new regulations where we'll have to inspect things in and out, but it's not Lorry Park.
Yeah, it's a rainbow.
Where they inspect them.
It's a rainbow transport facility, or something like that. Yeah, exactly. Whenever they start talking about ripping up regulations, then be very alarmed.
Warning!
They're not ripping up regulations for your benefit. They're ripping up regulations for the benefit of international corporations. Regulations are normally there to protect you. If the government starts ripping up regulations, it is not for the benefit of the people. It is for the benefit of the corporations. Has he gone? I think he has. All right, thanks a lot. Oh, no, you're still there. Just stunned into silence. All right, thanks a lot, Mike. Yeah, the planning regulations. They're going to be building those. Oh, I'm sure they'll be beautiful, those new homes. The number of new affordable homes could fall sharply under an exemption for smaller developments in the planning reforms. Developers are at present required to contribute to affordable housing on sites involving 10 or more new homes. The planning white paper proposes lifting that threshold to 40 or 50 homes to, quotes, boost building during the economic recovery. Yeah, they're doing it to do you a favour. Paul Miner, head of planning at the Campaign to Protect Rural England, said that many rural areas and small towns tended to have developments of fewer than 40 homes, meaning that they will miss out on gaining much-needed affordable housing. Keir Starmer said, this is a developer's charter, frankly, taking councils and communities out of it. And on affordable housing, which is the critical issue, it says nothing. In fact, it removes the initiatives that were there for affordable housing. Everything they say is the opposite of what they're saying. During a visit to a housing development in Warrington, Boris Johnson said that simplifying the process for builders will lead to more affordable housing. He said this solution gives them a much simpler infrastructure levy that enables them to go ahead and build a much bigger chunk of affordable housing and help people on the property ladder. But it's the opposite of that. And furthermore, he said up is down and black is white and nothing to see here, please move along. They're making it easier for developers to build houses without providing affordable housing, while telling you that they are making it less easy for developers to build houses without providing affordable housing. Just whatever they say, just think the opposite of what they've said, and you'll probably be spot on. Still, getting Brexit done, eh? Words are being spoken, no doubt, in an order that makes sense. Well, let's find out. Atlanta, Graham.
Were you trying to exact from your sharp wit rhyme and poetry by any chance?
On this show?
The hip-hop, the hippity-hop.
Oh, the hippity-hop. Yes.
Yeah, hippity-hop. The rhyme and poetry, which is rap, isn't it?
Yeah, it's poetry.
Yeah, hippity-happity. We need more folk songs. So, no.
Well, I don't know. Who's going to sing them?
You don't want any Donovan or Bob Dylan for, telling us how it is?
Oh, see, I would class Dylan as rock more than folk. I have an idea in mind of what folk is, and he ain't it.
Yeah, well, that was after 1968 Newport Jazz Festival.
Right.
Festival electrified everything. Highway 61. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Right.
mean, my interest in Bob Dylan really, it doesn't start and end at Blood on the Tracks, but that's where it concentrates.
Oh, that's a new album. Right, I got you. Subterranean Homesick Blues. That's my favorite. Beaches. There's movies, 8mm movies of my grandmother on the beach. I don't know, Brighton or Folkestone or Margate or somewhere, in an overcoat.
Yes. Yeah, British people used to go in hat, coat, scarf and gloves and sit on a beach.
All dressed up. Right. Yeah, it's crazy. Who went swimming? You didn't swim back in the 60s.
Just get that, because it was close. He didn't actually swear, but it was close.
I know I didn't. That's not a swear word.
Yeah, well, kind of. A little bit.
I'll be careful.
Okay, then.
Let's see.
Where did you go? Oh, there you are.
500 migrants. Oh, well, if they're coming in Dover, you got a natural wall there, so that's not going to do them any good.
It's amazing how easily an entire nation's attention can be distracted just by a couple of people showing up on an inflatable boat, like we're under attack.
That used to happen in Florida. They used to come in on the bales of pot that were hanging on the wall.
Yes.
They used the bales of pot as lifeboats.
Yeah, they were so desperate to get out of Cuba that they would come out they were on rubber rings, car tires they'd float in on. Yeah.
Back in the 80s when the Haitians were washing up at the beach. Yeah. Well, everybody, we're all screwed up, Nick. The whole world's going crazy.
So I hear the latest is that Donald Trump's become a socialist and he's going to start giving out money to anybody that votes for him. They're going to give government money out to anybody who wants it.
He signed off on it today.
Actual cash money. Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it? The Republicans absolutely hate the idea of socialism unless it suits them.
Well, what is that? It's there's a word for that. Corporate welfare.
Exactly.
You got it in your country.
Well, there's always corporate welfare, but this time around he's actually decided to give money to the actual people, as long as they vote for him. If you don't vote for him, he's going to take the money away. But if you vote for him, then you'll never have been so rich.
I'm going to vote for Kanye.
Well, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Come off it. Kanye West. You can't possibly vote for that clown.
Oh, come on, why not?
Because a vote for Kanye West is a vote for Donald Trump. You know that.
Oh, really? Really? Well, you've admitted he's going to win anyway, so what do you care?
Well, I suppose so, yeah.
You're 3,000 miles away.
I don't think he's going to... I didn't say that he was going to win. I said he's not going to leave. That's a big difference. I think he'll lose.
No, you did. You said he was going to win.
Okay, all right, maybe. I think he's going to lose like he did last time, but he's still going to engineer a way to stay in the White House. He'll probably have somebody brick him in. In fact, that's a great idea. We should build a wall.
I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall. I'm building a wall, okay? I'm building a wall.
They should build a wall around the White House and just convince him that he's still president.
Right. What are you going to do when he wins again, Nick? It's going to be another 4 years of this kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, I think it'll probably be the last 4 years of the existence of planet Earth. I'm with Jeff Bezos. I'm going to be on that rocket when it blasts off. Let's just get out of here.
Climbing aboard. Rocket Man.
Yeah. Burning out of... I must have heard that song 1,000 times, and I've still got no idea what it is he's singing. Rocket Man, burning out of... Yeah. Enunciate your words clearly, Elton John.
Rock and roll!
What's wrong with you?
And Major Tom's a little bit easier to sing.
Yeah.
Speaking of David Bowie.
All
right. Hey, no, one more thing.
And in closing.
Thursday, your math was unbelievable.
What?
You were talking about economics, and your math was like you were a physicist or something.
Yeah.
And then Friday, you start 15 minutes over later, and you're just like a second grader.
I've never been.
Math was terrible.
I've never been so offended.
Well, yes, you have.
There's nothing wrong with my numerous. Yes, I have. Yeah, well, that is correct. Yeah, that's the only thing that you got right so far. Yeah, I sit here and be offended. Like I can't sit at home and get offended. All right, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. This says it's annoying to be told that Mark Zuckerberg is worth an extra £100 billion. I don't think it's worth an extra 100 billion. I think he's now worth 100 billion. It's dollars, isn't it? He's worth $100 billion. Meanwhile, OAPs in the UK have to pay a TV licence from the lowest position in the EU. The lowest pension in the EU. Yeah, well, that's another thing that the Tories have done to the elderly. It's not the BBC doing it to you. It's the Conservative Party. But they essentially, and it was quite easy. The Conservatives tricked the BBC into taking on that unaffordable. What's the phrase? Oh God! It's another one of these things where I just walk myself into a cul-de-sac, desperately scrabbling to try to find a word, and it just doesn't come. It's as though it's sitting on the end of one of those Wild West trains, that have a little platform at the back, and it's just waving to me as it recedes into the distance. Bye! You're never going to find it. The obligation, that's probably what it is.
Affirmative.
The obligation to provide licence fees to the elderly. The Conservative Party hived it off onto the BBC. And without thinking too much about it, the BBC said, yeah, all right, well, we'll take care of that. And then they realised, oh, wait a minute, no, we can't afford it. So it's not the BBC that's doing it to you, it's that blooming Conservative Party that's taking your television away. This says, hi, Nick, in 1937, pennies were 31 millimetres in diameter, says Pete. No, they weren't. They were not. They were about an inch. No such thing as millimetres. This says, I have a pond, and yesterday I got an email from my neighbour that she had been bitten by mosquitoes. She says it comes from my pond. Mosquitoes in London? What the hell? I don't think so. I told her it's COVID. It's her imagination. No London mosquitoes, says Sam. No, Sam. It's probably your pond. There are mosquitoes in London, and they're like nothing better than breed in a pond. Sort it. Before they come and get me. Oh, they just love me, mosquitoes. And I get bitten by a mosquito, and I come up in a welt, the size of a golf ball. This says, I actually support former unaccompanied asylum-seeking... Oh, God, this sounds serious. Let me go... Yeah, all right, okay, I'll read this. I actually support former unaccompanied asylum-seeking children through my work in children's social care. Over the years, I've worked with young people from Afghanistan, Syria, Iran, Eritrea, the Congo, Ethiopia, North Korea, and many more. Almost without fail, they have told me about their awful experiences back home and jumped at the chance for safety, education, and work in the UK. They are human beings fleeing misery with the desire to better their lives. They're also very aware that we have welcomed and helped them. If we can't empathise with that, then we're dead inside, says Max in Croydon. And the answer from many will be, push them back out to sea. Let them drown. Yes. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Stepney. Hello, Pat.
Oh, good morning. Yeah, I mean, what a lot of people don't realise is that as the years go by, technology advances, artificial intelligence, robotics, and a lot of the jobs today will go the way of the milkman, the insuranceman, and the coalman.
Yeah.
Gone.
Very rapidly. Quicker than people realise.
Gone. I'm telling you, because you'll get courier... I mean, a lot of these people coming over today Not so much now. Not in 10 years, but in the 2050s and the 2060s, you'll probably get what you got 66 million people in this country. In this country, they say 27 million people in work. You'll probably get maybe 1 million people in work by 2050, 2060.
Well, I'm not sure.
I'm telling you there will.
No, I don't think so.
Because
I think what you're describing is something that might have happened over the course of 10 years. The automation of the economy, and there's a lot of people who think they're completely safe from this, who flat out aren't. A lot of white collar workers that stare at computer screens all day. A robot can do your job and will do shortly. And I think this COVID thing is going to really fast forward that. What may have happened over 10 years is going to happen over maybe 6 months or a year. And it's going to be people who can see it coming, like drivers and people in warehouses and people on manufacturing lines and all that stuff. I mean, that's expected. But what isn't expected, I don't think, from these various professions is accountants and lawyers and purchase managers and all this sort of thing. The amount of automation that's coming is going to be massive. And it might not necessarily mean an increase, a corresponding increase in unemployment, because other things will happen or eventually. And if without COVID, this all might have sort of gradually changed and with not too much disruption over the course of like 10 years. But because this COVID thing is going to make massive changes occur very quickly, then in 10 years we may get to the point where we would have done. But now there's going to be the in between, the 9 years in between, which is going to be just terrible, because the people are going to get fired, but those new jobs won't be around. So if that's the point you were going to make, Pat, absolutely, yeah.
We're running late.
This says, in reference to the big bright light that I saw in the sky at the beginning of July, which I assumed was a comet, but people are telling me that it couldn't possibly have been because it was in the wrong part of the sky. I saw it in the southeast, and they were saying that it happened in the north. Very, very strange. It was very, very, very bright. The brightest light I've seen in the sky, apart from the sun and the moon. And it was way bigger than a star. It was huge. And I looked at it through binoculars, and there was no trail, which made me think, man, maybe it wasn't the comet at all. But what else it was, I've got no idea. But anyway, this says, I had one like that, camping on Lake Huron. Staring out, this light appeared over the water. No airfields, no helicopter can maintain a rock-steady hover like that. I watched for about 20 minutes and then got a stiff neck. This thing was motionless, enough to make you believe in UFOs, he says. Or she, rather, Lorna, in Fulham. Lake Huron. Well, maybe it was the ghost of the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. It's possible. This says, have you ever been to Devon? The A30 between Honiton and Exeter is horrendous. Still, you can't hear planes taking off from the airport. Oh, no, sorry, there are no planes from Exeter anymore since the government didn't help Flybe, says Jamie. That's a bit disjointed, that. Yeah, okay. Well, why should they? Enniskillen. Hello, Owen.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Owen.
Hello. No, I've just been listening to you for a while. I was actually listening to you during the week there, and I hear a lot of what you say about the economy and stuff, and I think that you're correct, because I've been unemployed for quite a while now, and I had a job for a while and I lost it because of the whole pandemic. And no, you're correct in what you say, because do you see the thing? I heard you talking there about universal credit. I've been on it for a while, and the thing about it is that this was something I was thinking today.
No, not universal credit. I was talking about universal basic income.
I know that, but you were talking about people on benefits anyway, weren't you?
Right. Yeah.
I know the difference. But the thing I just wanted to tell you about universal credit is because you see, I'm 25, and I just wanted to, as it were, just learn a new skill and get a job. I really hate being unemployed. It's despite what people will tell you, it's not a nice thing.
No, it isn't. No.
The thing about it is, universal credit, and the good thing about it is that it does incentivize people to get back into work, but it just seems to be a cycle of it gets you back into the types of jobs that you already left or that you were made redundant from.
Right. Jobs that go nowhere.
Well, it's just jobs in factories, jobs in shops. Don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with that. But say, for example, you wanted to learn a new skill, you wanted to learn how to code. Just take that, for example. If you wanted to take a course, they'd say, no, you can't stay in university credit anymore. So then what? Where are you going to get the money to learn that? Where are you going to get money to eat? Do you know what I mean?
Really, if you go... right, so if you sign up to do a course to get a better life, they take money away from you.
They just tell you can't stay on this benefit anymore. You need to take a loan out and do it. Do you know what I mean? Like, if, say, for example, if you want to actually get off it, the way I would see it is they would better just take reform in the benefit system in a way that, you know, they would say, okay, well, we'll give you some help, some additional help if you take extra steps to future-proof your career.
Yeah. See, it's all way too complicated and way too expensive. Scrap all welfare. Everybody gets the same. It's easy. And everybody gets the same regardless of the amount of money that they earn. And it's not going to make people sit at home and put their feet up and watch TV all day because you don't get penalised for the extra that you earn. And it won't be an amount that will be... you'll be able to live a luxurious life, but it will be an amount that will protect you, give you a safety net, like they've got in places like Sweden and Denmark and Norway and all the rest of it, where people are happier than they are here.
Can I just say something to you? Sorry if it's okay. I think you're about the same age as my parents. Look, I've heard you talking before about bell-bottom jeans.
Yes.
Yeah, because funny enough, for the pictures of my parents' wedding, my father was wearing bell-bottom trousers. But you know, I've explained this before to my parents like a while ago, and they were saying to me, "Look, see, you can probably tell by my accent, I live in Northern Ireland, and that's a problem. I live in a rural part of Northern Ireland, that's a problem. I have a disability, that's another problem. I'm from working class, that's another problem." So, like, I've had various problems trying to get employment, but they said to me before, "Oh, and why can't you just get a job?" And I'm like, it's not that easy. Like, and they're saying, you know, you have it easy enough. I mean, you can afford a smartphone. And I just turn around and say to them, but when you were my age, you could afford a house.
Yes, that's right. And hopefully that shut them up.
Well, to be fair, they did actually say, you know, fair enough. They did actually kind of realise, but... That's
right. That generation, my generation, bought, and older than me, bought houses for a couple of £1,000 that are now worth hundreds of thousands, if not millions of pounds. And so they really have got nothing to say on this subject. Here, I've got to move on now, Owen, but I wish you all the best. Thanks, mate. 0345 6060 973. This says, have you seen the new puppets for the Spitting Image reboot? Says Liam. Yes, I have. Well, I've seen the one of Boris Johnson, which looks like his dad more than Johnson. And I've seen the one of Randy Andy. Neither of them look very good, I'd have to say. They don't look cruel enough. I mean, that's the nature of cartoons, is they take facets of your physical appearance and they exaggerate them to cruel effect. I mean, that's the whole point, right? But I suppose that won't really matter if the scripts are good. But I have no faith in the scripts actually being good, because in this country we don't really employ enough people as script writers to fashion a good comedy show. It's usually a couple of people, maybe 1, 2, 3 at the most, who every week have to come up with all these jokes, and it's just not enough. This is why American comedies can run for 21 episodes a season for 10 seasons in a row, is because they employ, over the course of all of those seasons, hundreds of writers. You know, there'll be, if you look at any the writing credits on a talk show, for instance, they will only have come up with maybe 10 jokes a week, and there'll be 12 people who have done it. You gotta throw money at a comedy script. You can't just rely on 1 or 2 people to come up with all the jokes. That's why British comedy is generally not as funny, or doesn't last as long. You know, the best of British comedy is two series of 6 episodes. Because you squeeze the funny out of somebody and you ain't got no funny no more. I mean, Fawlty Towers was 12 episodes in all. Now, and I'm not comparing them for, comic content, but something like Friends or Cheers or 30 Rock or Third Rock from the Sun or, all of those comedy shows, so they got like 100 episodes. And you can't write that much if you don't really throw a lot of money at it and employ a lot of writers. So, I mean, I'm not expecting much from it, to be honest. But we'll see, I suppose. Colchester, hello, Chris.
Hi, Nick.
Chris.
That's a good point. That's a good point, actually, about that. I just think if Donald Trump didn't win in 2016, like you said, who did?
Well, Hillary got 3 million more votes, which you would think in a democracy would make her the president, but they've got a really screwed up system over there. So it went to hairspray haystack.
Yeah, but that's not the system, and it's because they don't want the big cities to run like New York and California. Otherwise, it would be them really running the country, and that's just not how it works. People knew the system before.
It would be better, surely, for most of the people to be making the decision, as opposed to great open, empty prairies where no one lives, having an equal say as 100 million people who live in California. That's just madness.
Yeah, but that's the way the system is, and well, Trump won. That's the thing, and but about the boats thing as well. I mean, there is a bit of a hypocrisy. I understand what you're saying about focusing, and there is people using it, just focusing on people coming in on boats, but also, our policemen were bowing in front of communists about Black Lives Matter when George Floyd. Well, they are communists. They've got a manifesto, and George Floyd's murder. And now
I don't know what you mean by they. I don't think they are an identifiable organisation. They don't have a leader. They don't have a manifesto. I don't really know what you mean by communists. I think you're way off there, and it's far too late in this show to get into that. But do remember,
if you get it in order, you get extra points.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
I'm very highly educated.